11. Elvis Presley today is often fat and always older, but with a single bat of his long, dark eyelashes, he can command the adoration of any one of several million women of any age. Women seem to forget they are in the 20th century when Presley comes on stage and revert to ancient idol worshippers' way of throwing caution and convention to the wind. Whatever it is he has, it triggers a reaction that brings the Neanderthal out in women. Perhaps it is similar to the way Farrah Fawcett Majors affects men. But back in the days when Elvis was 20 and just about to board a roller coaster that took him on one of the most unbelievable rides in show business history, he certainly was no stud in the modern sense of the word. There were indeed adoring teenagers by the legion, but his natural shyness, and perhaps a belief that it was all just showbiz, told him that it wasn't Elvis Presley they were adoring. It was just the image. He would poke fun at that image, amused at the caricature he presented on stage. Even today, in his calmer moments, he still doesn't take his image too seriously. When he comes on stage wearing some outrageous outfit, he is apt to tell the audience, "Here I am in this Superman outfit." It's an honesty that appeals. And early on, he held himself pretty much in check as far as taking advantage of all the females who threw themselves at him. He was, according to Red, more obsessed with making it as a performer for the sake of his mother than running around screwing everything that walked. He believed in his singing. He believed in living a clean life. He cared for his art. He wasn't no sissy when it came to girls, but he wasn't a runaround guy that crawled in and out of everybody's bed, at least in those days. More than anything, success meant saying thanks to his mother, to show her that all the hard work and sacrifice weren't in vain. Elvis's devotion to his mother and her devotion to him constitute perhaps one of the truly great love stories of our time. And, had she lived, the excesses that Presley allowed himself would undoubtedly have been kept to a minimum. It is certainly not beyond imagining that a more disciplined personality might have evolved. Up until he went into the army, Red remembers, he pretty much was only involved with 2 real girlfriends, both Southern, both charming, and both very pretty. One was Dixie Locke, and the other girl was a lady named Anita Wood. He never took advantage of who he was, but just around about 1955 to 1956, there was a gradual change. He still had some pretty strict rules when dealing with women. He would never tolerate any of the guys around him cussing in front of ladies, and he would get really turned off if any of his friends went with a married lady or even a divorced lady. Things changed, of course. He was every mother's dream. He would yes ma'am and no ma'am women half to death. He would always stand up when a woman came into a room. It was very natural at first. But then, says Red, as Elvis got older, it became part of his patter. He really developed that professional country boy act with women. In the later years, it was no longer natural. It became his line. But where Red noticed a gradual change was toward the end of 1955, and Elvis suddenly found that he was one hell of an attractive guy off stage as well as on. And he started to realize that women liked going to bed just as much as men did. One day in Memphis, we were just cruising around in the pink Crown Victoria, and we came across 2 gals. I guess we knew them vaguely. They were more pickups than anything else. Red and Presley pulled up alongside the girls and offered to take them for a spin. Homecoming queens they were not, and Red figured that he and his boss would get more than just a spin out of them. In another and earlier time, Presley would very likely have told Red, "I just don't think Mama would expect that of me." I was still living with my mother, Red goes on, in the Hurt Housing Project. Mama, Lois West was her name, was separated from Dad, and we lived together in the housing project apartment. She worked during the day. Well, that day my mama was at work. So he, Presley, and the girls ended up in Red West's apartment. There were a few awkward preliminaries, and then came the pairing off time. Red took one of the girls into his room, and Presley disappeared with a girl into the bedroom of Mrs. Lois West. Now, Red's mother had a painful back condition. The bed was very old, sagging and soft, but Red and his mother couldn't afford to buy a new one. Instead, Red had made the bed more comfortable for his mother's back by putting a large slab of hardwood under the mattress to give it extra firmness. Red and his girl were rolling around on his bed, doing what comes naturally, when, suddenly, says Red, I hear this yell, this scream, this breaking sound, and a whole lot of giggling coming from my mother's room. Red hurriedly pulled on his pants and dashed out. Damn, I thought. Maybe Elvis was getting into the swing of things and she changed her mind, and Elvis was trying to force the issue, although he was never that kind of guy. I didn't know what to think. Anyway, I rush in. Apparently, Elvis had been prosecuting the act of love with such inspired vigor that he had broken the slab of wood under the mattress. The beautiful moment of ecstasy had been punctuated by the sound of cracking timber. Red chuckles, remembering. It must have been a hell of a shock. Imagine the girl. There she is, getting it on, and suddenly the whole world collapses under her. I went into the room, and there they are, half-assed dressed and giggling like schoolgirls in this broken bed. It was pretty funny, but at the time I thought, heck, man, old Elvis is starting to lose his shyness. Elvis then started to relax a lot more when there were gals around. Like everything. When Elvis does something, he goes all the way. Once he discovered how easy he could get girls, we were routing them through his bedrooms 2 and sometimes 3 a day. That boy sure had a constitution in those early days. It was this newly found appetite of young Presley's that indirectly led to a bristling confrontation between Red and the show business guru of all time, Colonel Tom Parker. It was also Red's first meeting with the man whom he grew to like and respect over the years as one hell of an old man. It was 1956, and Colonel Parker had been managing Elvis for about a month. I think we were in some place like South Carolina, says Red West, and Elvis had a showing the next night in Virginia. When we played those places back to back, there wasn't much time for fooling around. It was a case of do the show, grab a bite to eat, hit the sack, and get moving the next day in the car to the next place. The pace could become very tiring. This particular night, Elvis and his newfound ways with gals picked up this very pretty chick. He took her back to the motel room and shacked up with her. Fine. Now, the next morning, I get up and start beating on his door. I was banging and yelling, "Come on, man, we gotta hit the road. We gotta get to Virginia." We were already late. Well, whatever that gal was doing, Elvis sure liked her act, because he wouldn't get out of the sack with her. When he finally emerged, he looked like he'd been mixed up with an egg beater. She really gave him a going over. Well, we're really late now. It's wintertime and it's sleeting and raining, colder than hell. We jump in the car. I drive like a madman through snow and everything to Virginia, to this auditorium. I don't know how we weren't killed in that drive. It was madness. Anyway, after a hair-raising drive, we arrive there. I guess we're 15 minutes late or something like that. Now, it's still snowing like hell, but out in front of this auditorium, I see this crazy guy in a t-shirt. I get out of the car and I notice he is puffing on this cigar, and he has got an expression on his face like he is going to kill me. Now, get it? Kill me, not Elvis. Then I notice that despite the fact he is wearing a t-shirt in this damn snow, he is so worked up he is sweating. Oh, Lord. Without him introducing himself, I knew I had met the Colonel. He just looks at me, as if he was going to rip a yard from my ass. Right away he starts in, "Where in the hell have you been? Do you know what time it is? I got these people waiting and you're damn well late. You can't keep people waiting. Who do you think you are?" Man, I wanted to dig a hole and dive in. Elvis didn't say a word. He just slipped inside and got dressed. I was scared to go near the Colonel all night. It started a trend. When anything went wrong with Elvis, it was always my fault. He would get straight to me. Later on, I learned that him holding me responsible for the star was his way of showing me that he respected me for the responsibility. And man, I gotta respect that old boy. With him, it was hard-nosed business all the way. He worked day and night for Elvis. Together they were like two half-pieces, that when they were put together, they became a whole. He was a tough businessman, but he lived and breathed his job of promoting his boy, as he used to call him. He made Elvis the fortunes that he got from unbelievable contracts. But as tough as the old boy was, I never knew him once to go back on his word. I have heard all the stories about Colonel Tom, but I know one thing. Once he gave his word and his handshake, he would rather have lost an arm than go back on it. Stories about the cigar-chomping Southern Colonel, Tom Parker, are as countless as stories about Presley himself. But the Colonel apparently chooses to ignore them. He lives quietly with his wife in an immaculate house in Palm Springs, which, the West boys swear, is so clean you could eat a 3-course meal off the driveway. Most days he starts work at 6 a.m, bellowing deals into a telephone. He has a loyal assistant, Tom Diskin. He has no great turnover of staff. Those who work for him have been doing so in one capacity or another since he has been in business. The financial arrangement between him and Elvis is not known, although some say that Colonel Tom owns 50% of the property. Perhaps the reason the Colonel has apparently not taken time to deny some of the more outrageous stories about him is that virtually all of his time has been spent promoting Elvis Presley. Or it may simply be the instinct of the true promoter. Don't worry about what they say about you, so long as they are saying it and spelling your name right. Until Tom Parker was 18, he worked all sorts of odd jobs for his uncle, who at that time ran the Great Parker Pony Circus, which, despite its grandiose name, was as tawdry as most road shows of the 20s. After that, he struck out on his own, specializing in catering for the circuses, but doing all sorts of other jobs, even, occasionally, some palm reading. In 1934, the 24-year-old Parker decided to move to the periphery of the circus business. He became a press agent and promoter of sorts and found he could make a satisfying living. In those days, some of the bigger and better-equipped fairs, road shows, and carnivals would feature one of the better-known names in the country and western field. Young Parker saw an even better way to make a buck in promoting music men. Put a coupon advertisement in a newspaper, offering a discount to the purchaser, who would take the coupon to a certain department store or supermarket. The store would act as the ticket seller for a particular show, and would also be attracting new potential customers to their own business. Sometimes, Parker would even be able to talk the store into paying for the original investment of placing the newspaper coupon ad. He was thus one of the first men in the country to promote a show by tying in a completely separate party. The idea today is a cornerstone of promotion. There wasn't much grass growing under Tom Parker's feet even in those days, and that was in the South at the height of the Depression. Tom Parker's first experience at actually handling a single talent came by way of Gene Austin, who swamped the record market with his hit, My Blue Heaven. He promoted a series of concerts for Austin in auditoriums and proved to himself that he had forgotten more about old-fashioned promotion than most veteran promoters had ever learned. It gave him confidence and focused his ambition. Music was, as they would say in a later era, where it's at, as far as Tom Parker was now concerned. Word of Tom Parker's excessive work habits and his eye for promotion began to spread. Eddie Arnold, later to become a legend in country music, decided to hire him as an advance agent for one of his tours. Tom Parker saw this as a chance to break into the big time. Before Arnold ever hit a town, there was a plethora of feature articles and stunt pictures lying on the city desk of the local newspaper, all ready to go into print. They had been written by a freelance writer by the name of Tom Parker. Handbills, wall posters, newspaper stories, radio interviews, they were all there, waiting for the Arnold entourage to come, see, and conquer. Tom Parker left no area of exploitation untouched. Arnold was so impressed that he finally took him on as his personal manager. It was a move he never regretted. "Tom, why don't you get yourself a hobby?" he once asked Parker. Tom Parker looked at him, dragged heavily on a cigar, and answered, "Eddie, you're my hobby." Through his own talent as much as Eddie Arnold's, Parker was able to bring the great country singer under the wing of RCA Victor. That contact was later to launch Elvis Presley on his skyrocketing career. The Arnold-Parker partnership lasted from 1942 to 1951. Whatever the reason for the split, it is not forthcoming from either Arnold or Colonel Tom. Both men have only the most complimentary things to say about each other. There has always been a place for the big promoter in show business, but in the country music field of the early 1950s, the radio stations of the South and the Grand Ole Opry, mecca of country music, both had their own talent agent machinery. Parker was able to book a number of acts, but it wasn't until he picked up with Hank Snow in 1954 that his next big break came. Snow, a Canadian, had come to Nashville and the Opry by a long, circuitous route. Although a household name in his native Canada, he was still an unknown in the United States. Colonel Tom changed all that with his old-fashioned hard sell promoting and the all-important tie-in with RCA Victor. While Hank Snow was selling more than 1 million records of his I Don't Hurt Anymore, Elvis Presley was listening to him on the radio back in Memphis, between stints driving his truck at the Crown Electric Company. Never in his wildest dreams did Presley think he would one day eclipse the master. Right at the end of 1955, Sam Phillips of Sun Records in Memphis was doing a good job in pushing out Presley's releases in the immediate vicinity. But Sam, who also had Jerry Lee Lewis, Johnny Cash, and Roy Orbison in his stable, thought that maybe Presley was now ready for the big plunge. He went to Randy Wood, head of Dot Records in Los Angeles, with an offer to sell Presley's contract for $7,500, a giant sum in those days. Randy Wood was a good businessman, as was Sam, but he thought that, while Presley might make a few hot discs, he was only a flash in the pan. Besides, explained Wood, he had a hot new property, a crooner who would last forever. His name was Pat Boone. But even as Randy Wood was saying no to Sam Phillips, Oscar Davis was singing Presley's praises to Colonel Tom. Although the Colonel respected Davis's judgment, he didn't make a move until Steve Sholes started to echo Davis's sentiment. "Sholes was an old friend of the Colonel's," says Red West. "He had been an A&R man for RCA Victor, that is, an artist and repertoire man. He told the Colonel about this here kid who was tearing them up on the Louisiana Hayride." The Louisiana Hayride operated on much the same basis as the Grand Ole Opry, except that it was performed and broadcast at Shreveport, Louisiana. Colonel Tom went to Shreveport and listened to Presley. The conversion was immediate, and so was his recognition of a vital factor about Presley. He was the only male performer selling what so many female performers sold: sex. Since then, of course, all the top rock stars have got in on the act, but in those days male singers were romantic, sad, heroic, inspiring, heartbroken, but they were never sexy. Colonel Tom met Presley and liked him at first glance. He liked the way he reacted to direction. He liked his dedication. And there was an added ingredient which Colonel Tom was to exploit for all its worth. While Presley on stage was a writhing mass of sensuality, offstage he was humble and polite. That contrast would prove to be dynamite. Here was a man, the girls would reason, who was always struggling to control the demon inside him. It was stuff that made millionaires of many people connected with the young truck driver from Memphis. The Colonel, says Red, offered to help Bob Neal push Elvis into areas where Bob didn't know. That old man knew this country like the back of his hand. He had traveled the route with Gene Austin, Eddie Arnold, and Hank Snow. It was only a matter of time before the Colonel took over managing Elvis full-time. There was no bad blood about the takeover. The Colonel didn't steamroll over Bob. It was by mutual consent. Both those men have the highest regard for each other. Elvis had outgrown Memphis as far as performing was concerned. Some accounts credit Colonel Tom with getting Presley his first big break by putting him on Louisiana Hayride, although he hadn't seen him until he first went to Shreveport. When questioned about that particular part of Presley's career, the Colonel is likely to give that belly-shaking chuckle for which he is well known among his associates, and say, "Boy, I got him off the Louisiana Hayride." When Presley told the Colonel how he and the Blue Moon Boys had gotten the thumbs-down treatment from the Arthur Godfrey Show audition team, the Colonel looked him in the eye and, in a voice that instilled instant confidence in the young man, said, "Boy, we'll have New York for you and money you can't believe." If anyone around Presley thought it was an idle boast, they were very soon to change their minds. Not 3 months after Randy Wood refused to buy Presley's contract for $7,500, the Colonel's close contacts with RCA Victor paid off. He sold Presley's recording contract for $35,000, an unprecedented amount in those days. Now, just around this time, and maybe it was before he actually got the RCA contract, says Red, Elvis was still on road shows. He was in a bigger bracket, of course, and there were times when he appeared on the same show as Johnny Cash and Hank Snow. Now, on those shows, they worked the sequence in which they would go on. Depending on the mixture of the act, the star attraction would normally go on last. Whenever Elvis was on with Hank Snow, Hank always insisted on going on last. It wasn't an ego thing, it was just that he was the star attraction. One night, I think it was in Alabama, there was a big show, a really big one, when all the top country music stars were there, and Elvis was to go before Hank. Well, Elvis just ripped that audience apart. Now, Hank followed and did a great show, but as far as the audience was concerned, it was a letdown after Elvis. Hank went to the MC and, like the real gentleman he was, just said, "From now on, you better put me before the boy." That was an acknowledgement from one of the all-time greats, that Elvis was the star. That's how those country boys were, no jealousy, nothing. You wouldn't hear of something like that happening in show business today. The first disc Elvis Presley cut with RCA Victor was a number that sounded as if he were singing in an empty room, a long tunnel, an echo chamber. It sounded strange to uninitiated ears. It was called Heartbreak Hotel, and in record time it was a million seller. RCA then re-released 4 Presley numbers, all million sellers. He went on to record I Want You, I Need You, I Love You. Again, a million seller. The record industry was reeling. Where had this kid come from? The teenage market went berserk, and so did their parents. In 1956, Elvis Presley, by that stroke of Parker mastery, was crowned king. Sonny West, who traveled with Colonel Tom and got closer to him than any of the other Memphis Mafia, relates. That's why all those stories about him and his early days sound like rubbish to me. He was a tough, hard-working guy who had genius and old-fashioned horse sense. In later years, there were times when Presley would happily have got rid of Colonel Tom Parker. But, as Sonny observes, without Colonel Tom, there would never be an Elvis Presley. They are both part of a whole. When RCA Victor bought Presley's contract for the fabulous $35,000, they generously threw in a $5,000 bonus for the young singer. The first thing he did was go out and spend it all on a pink Cadillac for his mother. It was almost as if he'd had a premonition that she would not be with him much longer. 12. Perhaps it was the 18 months of intensive training put in by Presley and Bob Neal, or perhaps it was the instant magic wrought by the all-knowing Colonel Tom Parker. In any case, 1956 was the year, says Red West, when everything took off. Everything he touched turned to gold. He couldn't do a thing wrong. It was the year Colonel Tom was going to prove his boast that he would have New York begging for Elvis Presley. If ever a town and its critics, who took a special delight in lambasting Presley, were going to eat their words, it was going to be New York and all the fancy-pants scribes. Ed Sullivan, a beloved veteran of the early days of television show business, would not be exempt. Taking his cue from the New York Times, the Journal-American, and the Daily News, he had said loud and clear that he would rather run a 60-minute test pattern than put on Elvis Presley. Even in those early days of TV, the rating wars were just as hysterical as they are today. One of the shows that was suffering was Tommy and Timmy Dorsey's Stage Show, broadcast from the CBS Theater in Midtown Manhattan. It was produced by Jackie Gleason and served as a lead-in to Gleason's own show, The Honeymooners. The Dorsey Show played opposite the Perry Como Show, whose ratings seemed impregnable. Colonel Tom bombarded Gleason and his talent scouts with an impressive list of figures from auditoriums all over the country, bulldozing a reluctant Gleason into finally giving the kid a chance on an important, nationally televised talent show. Gleason was not really among the converted. He had gone on record as saying that he didn't think Presley's performance was the kind that would last. But, he added, if I only booked the shows I liked, I'd have nothing but trumpet players on the show. It was a snow-choked Saturday night in January 1956 when Colonel Tom led his caravan of Presley, Scotty Moore, Bill Black, DJ Fontana, and Red West into the CBS Theater. All the boys were apprehensive. This was a do-or-die effort. The Colonel had got them an unprecedented $1,200 a show for 6 performances. That was fine, but the national exposure was either going to give them birth or execute them on the spot, forever. The CBS studio itself didn't offer any reassurance. It was only half full. The stage was set, the group at their instruments. Presley, dressed in an off-white sport jacket with giant draped shoulders that made him look like a contender for a Mr. America title, pounced onto center stage with the agility of a jaguar that had been caged too long. He grabbed the mic, raked it across his body, threw his legs arrogantly apart, and hunched his shoulders. His full lips formed a sneer. He gave that uncanny impression he still gives today, threat mixed with poise, half street fighter, half ballet dancer. The lights shining off his patent leather hair created an aureole effect around him, and then he unleashed the hurricane. His opening number was Heartbreak Hotel. Here was this half-saint, half-sinner, crying out for sympathy. Yet mixed with his pleas was the threat that the animal inside him could hardly be controlled. The legs quivered. The waist and pelvis did a whole 360-degree swivel, whose completion was marked by DJ Fontana's hanging drums, with Presley then flinging out his groin in unison. The face would contort in agony, and then the left-sided sneer would tell his women that the pain was gone, and he was available anytime, anywhere. And then that groin would do its circle, and DJ would hit that drum again, and it happened again. In a decade that yawns at "Oh Calcutta" and Deep Throat, it should be remembered that this was going out on national television into millions of American homes at a time when the hottest thing on film was Doris Day, and Hollywood sets were only just beginning to include double beds. The nation's holy, the nation's pompous, the nation's frustrated were sure to react to this drape-suited, gunk-haired Southern hick actually doing on television what had been reserved for bedrooms, with the light out. React they did, and the ratings went through the roof. For the first time, the Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey show eclipsed the Perry Como show. While the talent scouts were suddenly courting Colonel Tom Parker, the controversy flared like a flash fire across the nation. Suddenly, young Presley, a kid who still got a kick out of singing gospel songs, was the new threat to American virtue. This shy hillbilly, whose dedication to his mother was legendary, was the most evil thing that had come on the scene since the Charleston. He was immediately dubbed Elvis the Pelvis, a name which nettled Presley. "That's about the most stupid thing I have heard from a so-called intelligent adult," he said. The kids loved that kind of talk. He really was theirs. But it didn't quiet the uproar. The Reverend Billy Graham was applauded when he commented that he didn't think Presley was the kind of boy he would like his children to see. Newspaper articles had experts figure out that the decibel level of Elvis Presley's rock and roll could deafen children. Children in the U.S., Australia, and England were expelled from their schools when they refused to lop off their Elvis Presley-style ducktails. Rock and roll dances were banned in several American cities. After a series of riots in which police broke up some rock and roll concerts and the teenagers gave the cops the worst of the evening, the New York Daily News demanded a midnight curfew for all people under the age of 21 and suggested that rock and roll dances should be held only under the supervision of selected adults. Elvis Presley's fan mail suddenly shot to 10,000 letters a week. Girls wrote, offering themselves to him, outright threatening suicide if he didn't meet them. Some parents threatened homicide if he didn't cool down his act. And this evil had all started in a little white frame church on Adams Street in Tupelo, Mississippi. Red West recalls that, apart from Presley's obvious jubilation at hitting it big, he seemed genuinely disturbed that anyone would regard him as a threat to their daughters, sisters, and girlfriends. "Heck," said Elvis, "I just go the way I feel. There ain't nothing bad about it. I would never do it if I thought it was bad. There is nothing planned in this. It's just music and singing. That's all." His mother would bristle at any suggestion that her son had even the slightest passing acquaintance with vulgarity. "My boy wouldn't do anything bad. No such thing. He is a good boy, a boy who has never forgotten his church upbringing, and he hasn't changed one bit." The curious thing was that Gladys was pretty close to the truth. Nevertheless, it seemed impossible to convince half the adult population in the world that Presley was not the devil incarnate. Despite all the screaming crowds and the rioting fans, it was, according to Red West, always hard to believe how successful Presley had become. "We never seemed to have time to absorb it all," says Red. "We were all busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. We were hitting town after town in very quick succession. About then, Elvis really started plowing through the broads. Every town was a different broad. Sometimes one in the afternoon, and then one in the night. He was really taking off. He just left streams of gals behind him. And to be honest, there was plenty left over for me and the boys too, so it was a good fringe benefit. But Red remembers that was about all the benefits there were, because he had never got paid a cent up until that time. There were plenty of deals going down at the time, and there was big money coming in. Now earlier, I was there for the ride, but thinking back, for the work I did, there should have been some kind of payment because, man, I worked like a dog. All the odd jobs, all that damn driving, anything that nobody else wanted to do, I did. I know that Scotty, Bill, and DJ weren't happy about their money setup. I believe in the end they quit because they weren't getting paid what they thought was right. And here is one of the most curious and puzzling things about Elvis. I have seen him give away some of the most incredible gifts imaginable. In later years, he was to give away clothes and cars and rings, and even airplanes and houses. But he likes to be in control. Gifts are one thing. Money is something else. The point is that I believe somehow he believes money gives a person independence. He doesn't want people to have independence from him. He likes to be a father figure or a God figure. For many years, with real seriousness, he called us his disciples. He was willing to feed and clothe and give you a good time, but he liked to be in charge of what he gave you when he gave it to you. Somehow he thinks if you get enough money together, you can pull up sticks and leave him, because you don't need him anymore. And above all, he needs to be needed. It's funny, me not getting paid. But Charlie Hodge, one of the best guitar men in the business, wasn't even getting scale salary for musicians for many years. Elvis also doesn't like to show any independence. That's why there was always that friction he had towards Jerry Schilling. Of all the boys who were called the Memphis Mafia, Jerry had seemed most independent. He didn't accept everything Elvis said without question, and Elvis didn't like it. If you look through most of the boys around him, none of us ever had any real money when we started with him. Me, Sonny, Dave, Joe Esposito, Gene Smith, Jerry Schilling, Lamar Fike, Cliff Cleaves. None of us had bread. We just jumped at the chance to do his bidding and work for him. Good times, bad times, but not much money. It was almost as if it was a requirement to work for him that you had to be broke. You had to need him more than he needed you. Red remembers that just after the Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey show, Gene and Julian Aberbach, the two German-born brothers who owned Hill and Range Music Publishing Company, and who were to later take over the Elvis Presley Publishing Company, invited Presley and Red to New York's Brown Derby restaurant, which has since gone out of business. Now, there were the two of us, E and me, at the classy Brown Derby. We were fresh out of Memphis, and we both looked like real rednecks, real hicks. I forgot what I had on or what Elvis had on, but the two of us felt about as comfortable as a black at a Ku Klux Klan meeting. Anyway, I made the mistake of going to the bathroom. I went and washed my hands, and this attendant in there did something I had never seen. He passed me a towel, and I thought, well, that's a nice gesture, and maybe New York is not that bad a town after all. I thanked him and started to leave. The son of a bitch grabbed me and said, "How about the tip?" I never heard of tipping in a toilet, but this was New York. Well, now, I haven't had a dime in my pocket at this time, since I can't remember when. I may have just left the biggest TV sensation in the country. I may be having dinner with two big shots, but I ain't had a dime in my pocket for months, man. I've never been so embarrassed. I just said something about having left my wallet behind. I sat down to dinner, and I worried that he was going to come out in front of all those important people and start demanding money for the leak I had in there. I've never been too fond of New York since then, but it gave you an idea the situation I was in. Although the money for Red was scarce, the dollars were rolling into Presley's account. The first big paychecks were earmarked for something more important. Elvis wanted to buy his mother a home, a real home. It's something she always wanted, but never talked about, Presley was to say later. It was as if she didn't want to let anyone know about her dreams. But I knew. I wanted to get my mama a home. He bought an attractive green and white ranch house on Audubon Drive in the outskirts of Memphis, installed a swimming pool, and built a fence around the property to keep out the fans. He also filled the garage up with 2 Cadillacs and a Lincoln limousine. I guess, says Red, the swimming pool was there for show, because Elvis really ain't that keen on swimming. I don't know whether it's because he doesn't like his hair being messed up or he is straight out afraid of the water, but he ain't no big swimmer, no matter what you have seen in the movies. Presley's next offer came from the Steve Allen Show. He appeared with Andy Griffith, Imogene Coca, and Steve Allen himself in a skit. Later, he sang Hound Dog. Within 24 hours, it was on its way to becoming a #1 bestseller in the $1 million record bracket. The Ed Sullivan people watched incredulously as Stephen Allen's ratings started to rocket. It was only a matter of time before the Colonel got a call from Sullivan. Nobody who is privy to that conversation is talking, but it would be hard to disbelieve that the old Southern horse trader in Colonel Tom Parker did not make the mighty Ed Sullivan toast a little during negotiations for a Presley performance. He is obviously businessman enough to have asked for top dollars, but Colonel Tom is also Southern enough to have reminded the Yankee Sullivan of what he had once said about his boy. Whatever kind of conversation transpired, Presley got $15,000 for a performance, 3 times higher than Ed Sullivan had ever paid anyone. It was indeed a victory for Memphis that night. Only one thing, perhaps, took the edge off it. Presley, and probably the Colonel himself, didn't know it, but the TV cameras were filming Presley only from the waist up. In the end, Sullivan, sensitive to the bomb bursts of criticism and controversy swirling around Presley, was not going to risk getting grilled by his buddies on the New York Times and the Daily News. Red West was, of course, happy that Elvis was making it big, but not too pleased about his own situation. It was an exciting life for me, I guess, and maybe I shouldn't have complained, but hell, there was no union for being a professional companion, and I could see myself being that for the rest of my life and not getting paid. Sometimes the hours on the road were really tough. I often used to drive the car on ahead with the band's instruments. Vernon, Elvis's father, had this little bitty trailer car made, which hooked onto the back of my car. It looked more like a rolling toilet than anything else, painted pink and with 1 wheel. The way Elvis's dad went on about that thing, you would have thought it was a goddamned yacht. Anyway, on one of the times when I had to drive from Winston-Salem to Jacksonville, Florida, I was dead on my feet. I was driving like crazy, staying awake on a packet of no-dos. A couple of times I almost went off the road. Anyway, outside of Jacksonville, the damn one tire on this portable John trailing behind bursts. Well, I get all the clothes out and the instruments, ditch the stupid-looking trailer, and load them all into the car. I got to Jacksonville about 15 minutes late. It was amazing that I made it at all. Well, when I get there, instead of getting a hero's welcome, Vern Presley is fit to be tied. He wanted to know what had happened to his precious damn rolling toilet of a trailer that probably cost all of $50. He really went on and on about it. I think Elvis probably laughed at the time. But Vernon's reaction to the loss of the portable John nagged at Red. It was just a case of, man, how long could I go busting my chops like this and getting abused into the bargain? Me and Elvis were very close, and I just didn't have the guts to say, hey, don't you think I should get paid a bit for what I'm doing? Now, Elvis was still a decent-looking guy who was very easy to get along with. We used to have a lot of fun, and I never saw him pulling any shit with me. But damn it, I was too embarrassed to ask him for anything. If I had, he would have given it to me. So after this argument with Vernon, which really wasn't an argument because I was on the receiving end, I thought there had to be a better way. I was getting to the age of having to go into the service. If you enlisted, you could choose your own service. So I thought I would get the service stint over and done with. I told Elvis that I thought I would take off and join the Marines. I don't think Elvis knew that I was joining the Marines really to quit being on the road. And I don't think he thought I'd quit over the Vernon incident. I just didn't want to cause a whole hassle. So I told him I was taking off. You know, it was an emotional thing. And we both shook hands and put our arms around each other. He was a good boy. Red was posted for 18 months in the Mediterranean and later assigned to a Marine base in Virginia. He kept in contact with Presley, and especially with Gladys, who seemed to have a real maternal concern for Red. So, whenever Red was on leave in Memphis at the same time as Presley, the superstar opened his house and hospitality to Red. Presley continued to insist that friends he could trust be with him all the time. The hype, the publicity, the money, the managers, all had their place. But when it came to relaxing and being himself, Presley more and more fell back on his boys, and all the sharp Yankee money in the world and all the tough managers in the world would not change that. If Red's departure left a gap in friendship, it did nothing to stop the incredibly booming career of Presley. When Red and Presley got together on Red's leave, they would marvel at the phenomenon they were witnessing, almost as if they were watching someone else's career and not Presley's. It was still very difficult for a pair of boys from Hume's High School, Memphis, to understand what was happening around them. Colonel Tom Parker was in his element. At last, he had a property he could promote with every stunt he had learned in the Bible of Razzmatazz. Elephants paraded in a conga line for no real reason, except that they had Elvis Presley's name emblazoned on their flanks. Midgets marched down the streets of Hollywood, presenting themselves as the Elvis Presley Midget Fan Club. And then, the merchandising hit with a bomb blast. Elvis Presley t-shirts, Elvis Presley jeans, Elvis Presley lipstick, bubblegum, footballs, shirts, socks, sweaters, pajamas, ballpoint pens, diaries. There was no end to it. And all the time in the background was Colonel Tom, chuckling his belly-shaking chuckle and showing them all how the old Southern horse trader did things right. Elvis Presley fan clubs sprang up in enormous numbers across the world. At one point, there were close to 1 million card-carrying members of various fan clubs who owed their allegiance and love to Presley. Gladys Presley was left a little breathless by it all. She wanted success and money for her boy. But this? Gladys did her best to make him proud of her, just as he had made her proud of him. She started to go on a weight loss course to make herself look more like a superstar's mama. When it failed, she occasionally took a diet pill. There are some Presley detractors who have been so insidious as to suggest that Mrs. Presley got into the pills and booze. The notion that this lady allowed herself any excess other than hard work and overindulgence in her only boy is quite outlandish. The pressures of being a superstar's mother were indeed taking their toll on Mrs. Presley, and that was compounded by the years of neglect of her own well-being and health. There were times now that she complained of tiredness, something she had never acknowledged as possible before, and she would often have an unhealthy-looking color. Her obsessive worry over whether her son was getting enough rest and enough food did not help matters. Presley had collapsed from exhaustion in Jacksonville, Florida, after a marathon night of driving and a hectic, sleepless schedule. Perhaps those first grueling years left an impression on him, for, in his later years, he was to regard sleep with the passion he had once reserved for his inordinately healthy sex life. In 1957, a year after buying the Audubon Drive house, Presley decided it was time to move. One reason might have been that it was too small to answer the needs and style changes of his skyrocketing success. Presley had collected quite an entourage, including uncles and cousins, and the house seemed to be bursting at the seams. Another theory to explain his decision is that the people on Audubon Drive looked down on their new neighbors. Gladys Presley may have settled in a dream house, but the lady was made of fine stuff, and she wasn't about to forget her neighbors and old friends in the housing project and on Alabama Avenue. Those people were welcome in her new home. There is some suspicion that residents on Audubon Drive had resented the people from the other side of the tracks. Neighbors once formed a committee that offered to buy the Presley house. In any case, whatever the reason, Presley bought a bigger and more expensive house for his mama. It was a 13-acre property in Whitehaven, an upper-class suburb on the outskirts of Memphis. He paid $100,000 for it, a lot of money, considering it was 1957 and Memphis. The house, a converted church, had beautiful white columns at its entrance. Presley named it Graceland, furnished it in purple, white, and gold, commissioned figurines of himself with guitar to adorn the gates, and installed the mandatory pool. While it might not be the kind of home a stockbroker would buy, it was deluxe class by the tastes of country and western stars. Meanwhile, Hal Wallace, the genial and genius movie producer, had been talking turkey to Colonel Tom. A picture deal was signed for Presley to star in 3 movies. Presley was ecstatic, a reaction that would not last as the years and the scripts wore on. No Presley movie ever lost money. Richard Burton, Laurence Olivier, Marlon Brando, Frank Sinatra, none of them could go anywhere near the earning power of Presley when it came to the box office. And yet, in the years to come, Presley would grow bitter. Red remembers. He would sometimes see himself in a movie, and he would get disgusted. He would say, "Who is that fast-talking hillbilly son of a bitch that nobody can understand? One day he is singing to a dog, then to a car, then to a cow. They are all the damned same movies, with that southerner just singing to something different." The first movie, Love Me Tender, started shooting in April 1957. It started a package trend that made a fortune for Presley, the Colonel, the producers, and RCA Victor. The package was the essence of simplicity. Churn out low-budget movies with predictable blank spaces for Presley to sing to his dogs, his children, his cars, or his cows. Then release an album of songs from the movie track. Good packaging, good business, but not the stuff that Oscar-winning movies are made of. During the making of Love Me Tender, as Presley was later to tell Red, he developed an uncontrollable crush on his female lead, Deborah Paget. Presley talked to Red about it at the time. "If you look at her in those earlier pictures," says Sonny, "you will see she had a decided likeness to Priscilla Presley, whom he was soon to meet. She had black hair. When Elvis first met Priscilla, he got her to dye her hair black. I think it's significant that his mother had black hair too. Elvis in real life has very light hair. In that movie you can see he is almost blonde. Later on, he dyed his hair black too. Of course, now, when he hasn't had a dye job done on time, his sideburns are almost completely white, like his daddy's." Both Red and Sonny West recall that despite the handsome young Presley's shy attraction for Deborah Paget, his passion was not returned. "I guess the way it went," says Sonny, "was that Deborah really thought Elvis was just a nice, handsome kid. She wasn't the least bit interested in him." So true. At that time, she was dating the fabled Howard Hughes. In 1957, Presley's third movie, Jailhouse Rock, marked the first of the gradual changes in his personality. They were changes that would bring him endless hours of suffering. The movie starred Presley in the part of Vince, a young man who goes to prison after accidentally killing a drunk in a brawl. There he meets his cellmate, Hunk Houghton, who is a one-time Western singer. After a jailhouse concert shows Hunk how much talent his young cellmate has, he signs him to a long-term contract, which is promptly forgotten, until they both meet on the street as free men. By that time, Vince has made it big. But with fame and stardom has come the inevitable star complex. Honoring the contract, Vince takes Hunk on as a manservant and dog walker. Vince meets a record plugger, Peggy Van Alden, who falls in love with the brooding, tough guy superstar from the wrong side of the tracks. Together, she and Hunk try to turn his head around from being a spoiled, selfish brat who wants everything done on his command. It ends happily, with Vince seeing the error of his ways. In real life, says Red West, Elvis became Vince. Now, I don't mean he was selfish and big-headed all the time, but he took to fits of anger that none of us had ever seen before. He wanted to be treated as something special. Of course, he was something special, but he had never demanded that special attention. He was always one of the boys. He would often share the driving on long gigs. We had shared everything, even our women. It was at this time that a young, star-struck fan by the name of Lamar Fike came on the scene. The way I remember it, says Sonny West, he climbed over the wall at Elvis's house in Audubon Drive, and he never left. He still is with Elvis today. Lamar is 300 pounds in weight, and Elvis used to make him the butt of all his jokes. I'm not saying Elvis didn't like him. He really does. But when he speaks to Lamar, it will always be, "Get your fat ass out of here," or "Get your fat ass in here and take care of this." Lamar, I guess, deep down, is a very sensitive guy. I know he was sensitive about his weight, but he never let it show. He was the clown of the outfit. He was also the amateur psychiatrist. He would analyze everyone and everything. I really got to love Lamar. He is one of those jolly, funny, and sensitive kind of guys you can't help love. But with Elvis, Lamar was always the butt of jokes. Presley went on acting exactly like the character in Jailhouse Rock, recalls Sonny. He got to smoking those stubby little cigars, and if nobody didn't light it for him straight away, he would sit there and he would seethe. Then finally he would blow up and yell, "Am I going to sit here all day with this dry motherfucker in my mouth with nobody lighting it for me? If I am, then you can all get your asses out of here." It would be the same, Sonny goes on, with a simple glass of water. The glass would be in front of him. He would stay quiet and then yell, "Am I going to die of thirst? Or is some son of a bitch going to pour some water for me?" It was a dramatic change from the gentle Southern boy who was apprehensive about Sonny West because he swore too much. Sonny relates. At first, man, we would only see flashes of those rages. But later on, it was terrible. He would go into rages when things didn't go his way. He would wreck a goddamn roof or fire his guns off like a madman. There were times when he would assemble his disciples, or his boys, or his Memphis Mafia, whatever one wants to call them, and he would say, "I'm in charge here, and if anyone wants to say different, then I may get hurt, but somebody is going to die." When Presley started to take his special medication, he was like an unexploded bomb, says Red. You could talk to him quiet, sensibly about something, and maybe that night you would say something that didn't quite go along with his way of thinking or doing things, but he would talk calmly about it and sort of see your way of looking at something. Then he would go to bed and get out of it on his so-called medicine, and the next day, man, wow. He would stew on something all night, and then it would work up inside of him, and he would lose total reason and just explode. On those days, you would try to keep out of his way. Sonny recalls, when Elvis got into those rages and took it out on Red, it would bring out the worst in Red. I would see Red sitting there, trying to control himself for something said to him that was very unfair. Then he would go outside and get in a fight just to let off the steam. He could always bring out the worst in Red. By the beginning of 1958, as Presley's career set record after record, the scene was set for the tragedy that would mark his life and change it. He was about to lose the person he loved most in the world. 13. The handsome face of Elvis Aaron Presley was puffed and bloated. His eyes were narrow slits, and they were crimson. He was sitting on the giant-sized bed in the pimple-walled bedroom that he and Gladys Presley had decorated with an adventurous enthusiasm. The white trim had somehow dulled. The old fittings had suddenly lost their luster. Sitting on a makeshift bed next to the master bed was Nick Adams, the brilliant young rebel actor who was to end his life in suicide. Nick was now at Presley's side when the young superstar needed him most. Presley was afraid to sleep alone. He wanted Nick there to sleep with him for company. A doctor had just given Presley a shot to sedate him, but the pain wouldn't let him sleep. Red West walked into the bedroom with a lump the size of a golf ball in his throat. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he found it hard to speak without bursting into tears. He closed the door gently behind him, looked at Presley silently. He strode quickly toward him. Presley half staggered to his feet. Both men collapsed into each other's arms, their fingers digging into each other's back. "Mama's gone, Red. My mama's gone, Red. What will I do? I've lost everything. There ain't nothing to live for. She was everything. Without her, I got nothing. It's all over, man." Red couldn't talk for a long moment. "I know, E. She was a fine woman. And now I've lost my daddy. He's gone, too." The two men held each other in an embrace that only other men can understand. Never before had Red West and Elvis Presley been so close as in this moment of profound loss. On August 14, 1958, Gladys Presley died at the age of 42 from a heart attack triggered by acute hepatitis. 8 hours later, Red West's father, Newton Thomas West, also died. "I just can't explain how close I felt to him that moment," says Red. "Man, he was hurting. And I was hurting. I knew what he was going through. I knew how much he had loved that woman, because I loved her too. And I loved my daddy too. That was one hell of a day." Outside Graceland, in the flat, oppressive Memphis summer heat, 500 people, a respectful gathering of loyal worshippers, stood silent vigil along what has now become Elvis Presley Boulevard. Elsewhere in Memphis, more than 2,000 Presley fans had streamed into the city from as far away as New York and Boston. Some of the people, unable to find accommodations, stayed on the couches or in the spare rooms of complete strangers who happened to live in Memphis. There was a magnitude to the mourning that could be compared only to that given a head of state or a national hero. There were telegrams of sympathy from heads of state. Hollywood superstars flooded Graceland with telephone calls and telegrams. Somehow, the legendary bond between Presley and his mother was something known in the most obscure places to the most obscure people. The year 1958 had already surrounded Presley in hysterical controversy. He had signed a gigantic contract with Hal Wallace of Paramount to star in King Creole. The movie, thought to be a cut above the rest of Presley's acting offerings, was based loosely on the Harold Robbins bestseller, A Stone for Danny Fisher. Presley would be paid $500,000 and would receive 50% of the profits. It was his biggest deal to date, although his movie deals would get a lot bigger. Presley was in the midst of another, less profitable big deal. His earnings, in fact, were about to drop from $125,000 a month to $78 a month. His employer, the U.S. Army. Public protest was overwhelming, if the volume of mail to the Pentagon and fan club demonstrations were standards by which to judge. Teenagers picketed recruiting depots, and many of the 15,000 letters received by the U.S. government accused them of plotting to place Presley in danger of being killed or injured. The Pentagon actually had a file marked Operation Presley. It was madness of the most humorous proportions. Senators and congressmen, anxious for space in their hometown newspapers, got on the bandwagon. Although no one had suggested otherwise, the wise men of Washington wanted reassurance that Presley would be given no special treatment in the U.S. Armed Forces. One reporter, with an eye for an angle, really put the fox among the chickens when he quoted an anonymous Army source as assuring him that Presley would be spared the regulation Army haircut and would be comfortably ensconced in the U.S. Special Services, which has the responsibility of entertaining the troops. The source pointed out that this was the route chosen for Vic Damone and Eddie Fisher. It was not necessarily the route chosen by Damone and Fisher. After all, they were giving away for nothing what they had been paid a lot of money for. It was a point that did not escape the eagle eye of Colonel Tom Parker. Presley, for his part, was the model of public relations. He managed to quiet the roars from Washington. "All I want to do is to be treated like an ordinary GI," he said. "I want to do my duty, and I'm mighty proud to be given the opportunity to serve my country." So everything died down. But the sawdust was still to hit the fan. When Presley received his notice to report to the induction center in Memphis, almost $300,000 had already been spent in pre-location shooting for King Creole. If Presley was to go in the Army as scheduled, the movie would have to be scrapped. At the urging of Wallace and Colonel Tom, Presley wrote to the Pentagon, in the most respectful terms, asking for a 3-month deferment. Deferments, particularly in 1958, were extremely common. They were given on grounds of everything from hardship to college education. No big deal. That is, until the news leaked out, and the bleats again came loud and clear from Washington. State Representative Nick Johnson of Harlan, Kentucky, got more publicity than ever in his life when he resigned from the local draft board with the protest, "I cannot conscientiously ask any mountain boy to serve the country unless afforded the same treatment as Presley." Well, everybody had their say, the deferment was granted, and Presley finished his film. 7 months before Gladys Presley died, while Elvis was involved with the film's pre-location shooting, Red West had visited at Graceland. He was on leave from the Marine base in Norfolk, Virginia. "While I was there," says Red, "she got on the telephone and called Elvis. He was glad to say hello, and when he found I had about 2 weeks' leave, he invited me to come to Hollywood and spend some time with him. Great. I had never been to a studio before. I was to leave the next day. After the telephone call, Mrs. Presley and I sat and talked some more. Man, I knew there was something wrong with her. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was just the way she talked. Man, that dear lady knew she was dying. She never said anything like that, but the way she was talking, it was as if it was all over. She knew she didn't have long. When I got up to say goodbye, she just sort of called me back, and she said what I had heard her say 100 times. Bob, look after my boy." When she said it this time, it was different. There was a sort of finality to the sound of her voice, like as if that was the last time she would ever say it to me. It was. It was with an eerie feeling of sadness that Red boarded a plane the next day. When I arrived in Hollywood, Elvis had one of his gophers pick me up at the airport, and he drove me straight to the studio. I met up with him, and we had a happy reunion. Man, there I was, a crew-cut hick son of a bitch in a Marine uniform on a Paramount movie set. I was really wide-eyed. Elvis took me around and showed me how things work, and I was really impressed. They had 2 more days shooting in Hollywood, and then they were going on to New Orleans for location. Elvis asked me whether I would like to come along. Man, would I. The party was to leave by train. Presley wouldn't fly. Red recalls. A year earlier he had the scare of his life. He was traveling over the Ozarks in a small plane going from one gig to the next, and the way he told it to me, suddenly this damn plane just lost all its power. The pilot couldn't do a thing about it. The pilot even was convinced they were going to crash and all get killed. Elvis said he was getting ready to die. He was sure that it was the end. Luckily, they made a forced landing and nobody got hurt, but it scared Elvis half to death. When his mother found out about it, she made him promise never to fly. He wasn't too keen on flying then. Of course, later he lost that fear and bought himself almost his own Air Force. At one time, he had 5 planes and 4 pilots. Red boarded the train with Presley, Colonel Tom, co-star Carolyn Jones, her husband Aaron Spelling, then a struggling writer, but soon to become Hollywood's biggest TV producer. Also along was Alan Fortas, one of Presley's Memphis Mafia. Alan, a husky, jovial young man, was from Memphis. His uncle was former Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas. Gene Smith, Presley's cousin, was there too. "Man, for me," says Red, "this was a dream trip, with all those important people." He stayed with Presley for a week, and the actors and crew treated him like one of them. "I knew then that I wanted to be connected to this life," says Red. "I didn't know what as, maybe an extra or a stuntman or anything, but I wanted in on this." Between takes, Walter Matthau, who had joined the group in New Orleans, would lead the cast and crew in card games, and that led to the first payment that Presley ever made to Red for his services up to then. The Colonel, Elvis, Mr. Matthau, and some others were playing blackjack. Mr. Matthau went broke and wanted to play on credit. He was and is a pretty rich man. Nobody seemed to mind, except the Colonel. He was just as tough with cards as he was with business. The old Colonel just said flat out, "No, you want to play cards, you play with cash." And that was it. Mr. Matthau may have been a big movie star, but when it came to playing cards with the Colonel, it was cash or nothing. Elvis then won a hand for $50. He just handed it to me and said, "Here, Red, buy a few beers." Like a dumbass, that night I picked up this gal, and when we went back to the hotel room, I went to the bathroom. I didn't know much about those kind of ladies at the time. While I was in the bathroom, she went through my pockets and took the $50. When I came out, there was no lady, no money. It taught me a lesson. On March 24, 1958, at 6:30 in the morning, Elvis Aaron Presley arrived at the Memphis Draft Board, accompanied by his mother, father, and faithful friend Lamar Fike. Lamar wanted to join the Army with Presley. The doctors took one look at the scales and told a disappointed Lamar that he wouldn't be Army material until he shed some of the poundage. Newspapermen from all over the country, as well as Canada, England, and Australia, were on hand to record the induction of America's biggest entertainment name. Dodging photographers who desperately tried to get a shot of Presley in the Altogether as he was going through his physical, he yes-sir'd and no-sir'd his way through what seemed a never-ending barrage of ridiculous questions from the intelligent members of the Fourth Estate. Would he buy suede combat boots? Would he sing while he was marching to boost morale? Would he ask fans to send him Southern fried chicken? There seemed no end to it. Meanwhile, Colonel Tom was handing out 8x10 glossy photographs of Presley in the upcoming movie King Creole. He never missed a beat, this colonel. Later that day, the King of Rock and Roll became Private Presley, U.S. 533-10761, and a nation of girls mourned as he was herded onto a bus with other recruits to boot camp at Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, with a flotilla of pressmen following. At Fort Chaffee, it was the same scene over again. When an army barber cannibalized the famous hairdo, Presley smiled, and Colonel Tom looked at the locks on the floor and commented, "I know a lot of people who would pay a lot of money for that hair." If life in Fort Chaffee was tough for the superstar, he went out of his way to make it look like he was enjoying every minute of it. He wasn't, of course, as Red was to find out. He took a lot of razzing from his fellow recruits, but after a while, when it didn't get anything but a shy smile, they forgot who he was and let him be another one of the boys. After 6 weeks at Fort Chaffee, he was transferred to Fort Hood. While he was behaving outwardly like just another GI, he was also making sure Army life would resemble life in Memphis as much as possible. He rented a 4-bedroom bungalow in a town called Killeen and installed his mother, father, grandmother, Minnie Presley, Lamar Fike, and any of the Memphis boys, or girls for that matter, who dropped by. The house was a center of jam sessions, gospel singing groups, and record parties. Nothing wild, mind you, but a little bit better than living in the barracks. Already he was making plans to have his entire family come with him to Germany. It was in July of that year that the Presley family noticed the serious change in Gladys Presley. She was having trouble moving around. Her face was a deathly color, and the normally energetic and jovial woman seemed to have lost her spark. It was decided that she and Vernon should return to Memphis by train and check with the family doctor. Nobody was overly worried. After all, she was a robust woman of 42. Rest and a little specialist treatment would make things right. 4 days after arriving in Memphis, doctors at Memphis Methodist Hospital told Vernon Presley that his wife was suffering from hepatitis. On August 11, Vernon Presley called his son in Fort Hood and told him his mother was on the serious list. Presley got emergency leave and, despite his terror of planes, boarded the first flight out to Memphis. He arrived at the hospital and waded through a battery of fans and reporters who were keeping a hospital vigil. Something told Presley that his mother was more than just serious. When he arrived at her bedside, she rallied for the first time since she had been hospitalized. The young Presley kept a 36-hour vigil at her bedside. Midnight, Wednesday night, August 13, he went home to get some sleep, and Vernon took over the bedside watch. 3 hours later, he called his son with the news. His mother had died of a heart attack. Presley arrived at the hospital in a state of shock. He threw himself across his mother's bed and sobbed convulsively. When he emerged from the hospital, he could only mumble answers to newsmen at the scene. Back at Graceland, he stood for long minutes, looking up at the building, then wandered through the house aimlessly. When Red West heard the news on the radio in camp at Norfolk, Virginia, the next morning, he went to his commanding officer and asked for emergency leave. I had taken up all my leave time, as I only had 2 weeks left in the service. I couldn't get a weekend leave pass because Memphis was too far away from Virginia. I didn't know what to do. I just couldn't sit there in camp and not pay my respects. Fate worked a nasty twist. 3 hours later, he got a call from his brother to say that his father, Newton Thomas West, was critically ill. Again, he went to his commanding officer for emergency leave. This time, it was granted. He couldn't get a direct flight, only a plane that took him to Atlanta, Georgia. From there, I hoped I could hitch a service flight or just hitch a ride. From Atlanta, he called home. It was too late. His father had already gone. When he arrived in Memphis later that night, the whole city was in mourning. Not for him, of course, but that's the way it struck him. Red, busy organizing his father's affairs, could not attend the funeral for Mrs. Presley. Vernon Presley had arranged for a chartered plane to bring the Blackwood Brothers, Mrs. Presley's favorite gospel group, from North Carolina to sing at her funeral service. Elvis Presley remained standing throughout, in a daze of grief. After the funeral, Red broke from his own mourning to pay respects to Presley at Graceland. The next day, at the same funeral parlor where Mrs. Presley was laid out, Red had to say farewell to his father. Red will never forget what happened, not because of his own loss, but because of something Presley did. Man, He had gone through a trial the day before at the funeral home. He was out of it. But just before the service started, Elvis appeared at the doorway. He was with Alan Fortas and Gene Smith and Lamar Fike. They were all very respectfully dressed. Elvis almost had to be carried over to me. He was there to mourn the passing of my dad. Damn, man, that took something. He came over to me and sort of half fell into my arms. My mama was here yesterday, just where your daddy is, Red, Elvis told me. He couldn't say too much more. He was so badly broken up. We just sort of held on to each other, and I thought, this is one hell of a guy, to go through what he did the day before and then face it all over again to pay his respects to my daddy. Southerners can be great like that. I was never closer to any man in my life than that day. Red returned to Norfolk, Virginia, to serve his remaining 2 weeks in the Marines. Presley went back to Fort Hood and basic training. He had to forget, although he knew that was impossible. Red recalls, Elvis erected a great big monument at the Memphis Cemetery in Forest Lawn. It's a beautiful monument, big but showy. There's a big marble statue of Jesus erected over where she is buried. When Elvis is in Memphis, he always goes there to pay his respects. He never forgets. There are always fresh flowers there. Everybody breaks up when he loses a mother or a father. With Elvis, I think it was a lot deeper. It was a heck of a shock to lose her when she was so young. Elvis had planned so much for her. He was going to take her to Germany with him. They were going to tour Europe together. She was going to be the best looked-after mother in the world. And then this. In the years to come, Presley gradually grew into a different person than he'd been before his mother's death. People close to him couldn't help speculating that her loss had more than a little to do with it. I just can't help feel, says Red West, that if she had lived, Elvis wouldn't have gotten into some of the habits he did. There was always that thought in the back of his mind. What would Mama say if she knew I was doing this? Back in Fort Hood, Presley held open house in his home in Killeen. Lamar Fike was there, and Alan Fortas. Sometimes his old girlfriend Anita Wood would drop by, as would Nick Adams and Cliff Gleaves. Elvis's grandmother, Minnie Presley, a feisty old Southern lady, had now become the matriarch of the house, taking over the duties of cooking and organizing the cleaning. A week after Red West got out of the Marines, Presley invited him to come to Killeen. He was trying anything to forget, and often the house was awake until the early hours of the morning, with impromptu singing and gospel sessions. No booze, no dope, no fast ladies. Pretty clean fun, Red remembers. Sometimes a whole team of us would sit around with a guitar and sing ourselves hoarse. Gladys Presley had always fortified her son with the belief that things would get better. It would be true as far as his career was concerned, but not necessarily for Presley personally. Suddenly, he was a ship without a rudder. Presley had been in the 2nd Armored Division. Now the Army announced that his unit would make up a replacement in Germany, in the 3rd Armored Division, General Patton's old outfit. Private Presley was assigned to the Scouts in the division. If anyone had speculated that he might have gone into special services, they were surprised to hear of his posting, which even in peacetime Germany was the least cushy place in the Army. Later, it emerged that it was the Army, and not Colonel Tom, who wanted Presley in the special services. "They want my boy to sing," said the colonel. "Then they are going to have to pay for it, like anyone else." Colonel Tom took a giant gamble. Anyone who knew show business as well as he did knew there was every danger of Presley's being a flash in the pan, that when the kids grew out of their Presley phase, his boy might have nowhere to go. The gamble he took was to take Presley completely out of show business for the entire 2 years he was in the service. The psychology was double-edged, risky, but brilliant if it worked. First, with the right timing, The public would grow progressively hungrier for his boy when he came out of the service, provided he stoked the publicity machinery at home. Second, Colonel Tom knew it was time to expand Presley's audience to a grown-up group. If the chips fell the right way, Presley could emerge from his army exile with the loyalty of his established fans, plus the millions more of an older group. And what better way to attract an older crowd than have the boy in the Army, and in the toughest division of the U.S. Army, and thereby convince them his boy was a responsible citizen who put flag and country before anything else. Red relates, "I always had a suspicion that the old colonel maneuvered so Elvis would be in that 3rd Armored Division, just so as nobody could say that he was a soft delinquent type guy." In the middle of September 1958, Presley got his marching orders. He was to go by train to Brooklyn Navy Yard and join U.S. troopship General Randall. "We were all there to see him off," Red remembers. "His dad, Minnie Presley, Lamar, myself, and Anita Wood. It had been decided that Vernon and Minnie would follow Elvis over to Germany when he settled in, and Elvis would live off base. The farewells were going strong, and Elvis gave Anita a goodbye kiss. And then, Presley did something quite unpredictable. He turned to Red and Lamar, and just about his last words were, "How y'all like to come across too?" Lamar and Red looked at each other, and before they could speak, Presley added, "Now, my daddy will fix up the tickets. When Daddy and Grandma Minnie come across, you fly across with them. We'll have ourselves a ball." 14. While the rest of the world recognizes that Elvis Aaron Presley is something more than an ordinary human being, the one person who believes that most passionately is Presley himself. He is addicted to the study of the Bible, mystical religion, numerology, psychic phenomena, and the belief in life after death. He firmly believes he has the powers of psychic healing by the laying on of hands. He believes he will be reincarnated. He believes he has the strength of will to move clouds in the air. And he is also convinced that there are beings on other planets. He firmly believes he is a prophet who was designed to lead, designated by God for a special role in life. If it sounds a little bizarre, Sonny West, Red West, and Dave Hebler, who have sat with him for hours discussing religion and philosophy, are prepared to believe he does have great powers to control. "He believes there was a master plan," says Red, "by God in singling him out for his fantastic success. Now, while it does sound a little wacky, I have often given it a lot of thought, and have often felt that maybe there was something to it. I mean, how does it happen that a skinny little kid from a dirt-poor family in Tupelo, Mississippi, suddenly becomes the best-known name in the world? How is it that he commands all these fortunes and has all these millions of people who love him? I don't know. I'm not overly religious, but it does have a ring to it that maybe this all was destined. It was almost magic that Elvis and Colonel Tom got together. That seemed destined. I often felt that I'm in the aura of some very special human being. He genuinely believes that he is a prophet, and we were his disciples. He demands fanatical loyalty, expects it. There have been times that I have felt that Elvis bordered on being a bit of a nut, but look at the loyalty we gave the man. We broke our backs for him. We've risked our lives for him. I have risked getting my fool-ass head blown off for him. He certainly had a power over us. He certainly had a control over me. I admit it. We didn't do it for the money because we never got much. We didn't do it for the women because we had all had that and we are all married. We didn't do it for the excitement because we were all a bit old for that kind of thing. I mean, he had me going where I was making telephone calls about getting Mike Stone hit. I am no killer, but I would have broken arms and legs for him. He really affected me. If I had a blow-up with him, or we argued, it would get so that I would get into a mood, and go out and get in a fight and kick some guy's ass. It was crazy, but I did it. He could reduce us to tears, and he could get us praying for him when we thought he was hurting himself. That's the way it was. All three men believe that in another time, Presley could have been a great evangelist or even a politician. Dave Hebler relates, "I have seen him manipulate crowds like he was Hitler. It was weird, man." Presley's fascination with death and the life hereafter, perhaps triggered by the death of his mother, borders on the frighteningly bizarre. His loss was so great that, to ease the pain, he believed she came back in another life. He believes in reincarnation, but not for everybody, Sonny says. He believes that only strong people, who show they have power on Earth, will be reincarnated. He would often say, "If you are powerful enough on Earth and are strong enough, you will come back. Weak people can't bring themselves back from the dead. Only strong people." His fascination with human corpses is downright terrifying. Red recalls, "There was a very nice guy, a Memphis policeman, who ended up an inspector. His name was Woodward. Well, he took a real fatherly interest in Elvis, right from when he just left school. They were very close. Well, in 1961, the good old guy died. I'm sure Elvis was sad about the whole thing, but do you know what he did, man? He watched a mortician embalm his friend, this old man Woodward. Can you imagine that? Someone watching someone else slicing into the body of a friend. Elvis could tell us details about embalming that would impress a doctor. He knew all the right terms, and he would tell us how a body is bled and blood is taken out and replaced by the embalming fluid. It used to make me sick. There were other things that were weird, too. When he was at funerals, he would act in the most strange way. I'm not talking about his mother's funeral because he was genuinely shattered, but even way back in 1964 when Dewey Phillips, the disc jockey, died, the guy who got Elvis all the breaks. Well, Elvis is at Dewey's funeral, and suddenly he got a fit of the giggles, just laughed his head off. I've seen him at other times start cracking jokes. Sonny West's experiences with Presley were even more bizarre. "He would love to go on these damn trips through graveyards," says Sonny. "He would just tell us to see if we could scare ourselves. He's pulled up on a dark road with Red and just walked down a lonely road to feel the experience of being scared. But worst of all was his trips to funeral homes. He used to return to the funeral home where his mother was laid out, on Union Avenue in Memphis. I don't mean he would just go there during the day and look around. I mean he would go there at 3 a.m. and wander around the slabs, looking at all the embalmed bodies. It scared the shit out of me." One night in 1972, Presley, as was his practice, took over the Memphian Theater to see a movie. Sonny relates, "Elvis loves horror movies, so this night we see a horror movie, and it must have got his mind working. Anyway, Linda Thompson was there this night. It's about 3 a.m. We all hop in the car, and suddenly Elvis says, 'Let's go down to Union Avenue.' Already I've got it in my mind what he wants to do. We pull up outside the funeral home, we go around the back, and Elvis is leading the way as calm as if he was going to a movie. Anyway, 3 a.m, the door is wide open and we just walk in. Elvis, Linda, and me. I can't believe there is no security guard or something, but we don't see a person. Anyway, Elvis just wanders around, calm as anything, trying doors to some offices. Some are locked, others are opened. I've got my jacket open, ready to go for my gun. I'm scared some security guy is going to come along, see us, think it's a robbery or that we're grave robbers or something, and start blazing away. I'm as nervous as a cat, because we don't see anyone, and it's dark and eerie. Then, I get the shock of my life. We come into this big room with heads sticking from under the sheets. They were bodies, and they were sort of tilted upward, feet first. This was the damn embalming room. I'm horrified. But this was apparently what Elvis was looking for. He is happy he has found the room. Then he starts lecturing us on how people get embalmed. He is walking around and lifting up the sheets, looking at the bodies, and he is telling us all the cosmetic things the morticians do when people are in accidents. He is showing us the various veins, the jugular veins and things like that, how a body is bled. Then he shows us where the bodies were cut, and because the cuts don't heal, there is only the stitches holding the body together. He led us into another room, and he is still lifting up the sheets, pointing out various things that have been done to the bodies. Well, man, I'm flipping. First of all, I'm convinced that a security guard is going to come in and start blasting away at us, and the whole thing is making me sick. I mean, 3 o'clock in the morning on a tour of a mortuary. Damn madness. In the meantime, Linda Thompson is just as interested as can be. She is oohing and aahing and saying, "Oh my goodness, will you look at that?" in that sweet little southern accent of hers. It didn't seem to affect her. Well, we were there about 45 minutes, and nobody so much as showed a face. It was amazing nobody was around. But it just shows you what a night out with Elvis might end up like. Red has also been with him on trips to embalming rooms, and I know he used to hate it. But that's what Elvis wanted, and you just went along with it. Dave Hebler says Elvis has the same fascination with birth. Dave was driving Presley, Linda Thompson, and Dick Grobb, another bodyguard and former Palm Springs policeman, to a movie in the spring of 1975. We were going to the Memphian for a private showing. Linda mentions that her brother, Sam Thompson, and his wife, Louise, have just had a baby. She is talking about how thrilled she is, and suddenly at 1 a.m, Elvis decides to go see the baby. We finally get in the back entrance, and once inside the hospital, we're causing a riot. Nurses are dropping patients everywhere and running to get his autograph. Anyway, it's against hospital rules for strangers to come and look at a baby at 1 a.m, but Elvis cons the nurse, and sure enough, we get the baby. Then someone wakes up the mother, Louise, and she comes out. Then her husband, Sam, is brought to the hospital to join the party. Then Linda's parents show up. Then there are the doctors and nurses. We had a convention here. Anyway, down the hallway there is a bit of activity. Elvis sees some doctors and nurses wheeling this woman along on one of those mobile stretchers. She is yelling in pain. I notice she is in labor, and they are rushing to get her into the delivery room. The next thing I know, Elvis has stopped the emergency charge toward the delivery room and starts talking to the lady. Here she is in labor, but Elvis comes along and she starts flipping out despite the pain. Anyway, as he sees her in pain, he lays his hands on her stomach and he starts saying in a sort of mystical way, "Now there, it won't hurt anymore. It won't hurt anymore. Everything is going to be fine. You're not going to hurt anymore." He's laying on the hands and taking the pain from her. Well, that might sound pretty ridiculous for a woman in labor, but the funny thing was, she is saying, "You're right. The pain is gone. You're right." Well, the doctors there are doing flips. They want to get this lady into delivery, and Elvis is doing his psychic healing. Then he asks the doctor, "Can I come in the delivery room? I've never seen a baby born. I want to see life." Well, the doctors finally said no, but they were thinking of letting him, especially when this lady kept on pleading with them to let Elvis Presley see her give birth. Some people, man. Sonny West says that Presley is convinced he has the power to heal people. He will lay on his hands and say that their strength and the power of concentration will draw out the pain. Red relates. Since my days of playing football, I've always had a bad back, and sometimes at the top of my neck it gives me hell. Well, after a while I learned not to complain about it when I was around Elvis because I knew what would happen. Whenever he knew I had the pain, he would ask me to sit down in front of him, and then he would lay on his hands, telling me over and over that the pain would go away, that he was drawing out the pain. Well, I would sit there and he would say, "It's going away, Red. The pain is going away. It's going away, Red. You're going to be okay." I would say, "Yes, boss, I hear you." And then I would tell him, "Hell, man, you're right. The pain has gone. That's fantastic. It really has gone." He would give me one of those little secretive smiles that told the world that he had these powers, and he would walk away pleased with himself. I would walk away and my back and neck were still hurting like hell. It was a case where I didn't want to tell him that he was kidding himself, because he really had the best of intentions, but he was convinced that he had fixed me up. In Vail, during a holiday that Presley was on, all the boys were out on the slopes at 3 o'clock in the morning, horsing around. "We were on those snowmobile things," says Sonny. "Well, Dean, son of Dr. Nick, was along with us. He often travels with the team and helps out in various ways. A real nice kid. Well, we were on these disc sleds, and somehow Dean's went skidding out of control, and he hit a fence and hurt his leg. We thought it was broken because he was in a lot of pain. We carried him back to the chalet and laid him down, and he was groaning with pain. Then old psychic healer Elvis comes along. He starts laying on the hands and grabbing the leg. Poor old Dean is nearly passing out with pain, but Elvis is convinced he is fixing the leg. Now, as it turned out, it wasn't broken, just a very bad bruise. But if it had been broken, Elvis's fooling around and grabbing it could have got it worse. When Elvis heard from a doctor that the leg wasn't broken, he gave one of those satisfied little know-all smiles, and he said, 'I know it isn't broken. It's okay now.' He was taking credit for the fact that the leg wasn't broken." Dave Hebler, who has a cynical sense of humor, sometimes found it difficult not to laugh at Presley. Like the others, he would indulge him no end, but he was always battling with his laugh button. "Man, I remember one day at the Palm Springs house in Chino Canyon Road," says Dave. "It was hotter than hell, over 100 degrees. Anyway, Elvis wants to suddenly hop in the car and go down to the shopping area to load up on some stuff. When he goes, everyone goes. We all jam into this car. There were 4 or 5 of the other guys along. God, it was hot. Elvis was talking about the power of metaphysics, although I'm not quite sure whether he knew the real definition of the word. Anyway, the sky is desert clear, not a cloud in the sky except for this tiny little cloud a long way away, which was minding its own business. Suddenly Elvis yells out, 'Stop the car. I want to show you what I mean. Dave, now see that cloud? I will show you what my powers really are. Now I want you all to watch, all of you, look at that cloud.' Well, we all look at the damn little cloud up there like a bunch of goats. Elvis is staring a hole through the damn thing. Well, the perspiration is dripping off us. Not a sound in the car, just a whole lot of dummies dying of heat stroke looking up at the cloud. I'm near dying, and I am praying that the son of a bitch would blow away. At the same time, I'm really having a problem not to burst out laughing. Well, after about 10 minutes, thank God, the damn thing dissipated a little. I mean, if you watch a single cloud anyway, after 10 minutes, it will move or dissipate to some degree. I saved the day by noticing it first, and because I didn't want to die of dehydration, I said, "Gee, Elvis, you're right. Look, it's moving away." That was just the right thing to say. Old Elvis gave me one of those sly little smiles that told me he had done it again. "I know. I moved it," he says. Then we drive off. Red West, perhaps because he saw the miracle of Presley's rise to the top from the very beginning, is not quite as cynical as Dave. He remembers driving across the desert in a Dodge mobile home trailer that Presley had bought. It was just after we made the movie Wild in the Country, and we had a group along with us. Elvis was making it with this girl he had met on the movie, and she was along, and Larry Geller was there too. Larry was his permanent hairdresser. He was one of the best and most expensive in Hollywood. It was Larry who first interested Elvis in a lot of psychic phenomena books. He was into it. Anyway, we are driving back from Arizona. Now, in those days, many of us used to follow Elvis in popping those damn amphetamines just to keep us high. But I swear on this day, I hadn't taken a thing. I was very straight. Now, we are talking about some of this heavy psychic stuff, and Elvis is talking about how he believed he was destined to do something very big in his life, apart from show business. I'm agreeing with him. Anyway, suddenly, just to show me what he is talking about, he says, "Hold on, Red. Stop the trailer. Look up there. See what I mean?" Anyway, I look up, and I'll be a son of a bitch. There is a giant cloud formation above us. And I don't know whether it was autosuggestion or what, but this cloud formation is formed in the shape of two very definite likenesses of two heads. One was Elvis Presley and one was Joseph Stalin. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm a candidate for the funny farm, and I don't know whether it was my imagination, but I know what I saw very clearly. Elvis Presley and Joseph Stalin. Wow, that shook me. And I said to him quite sincerely, "Yeah, sure, boss. I see what you mean." And I'm not going to say that I don't believe in a lot of that stuff. Some of it is pure crazy. But there are too many unexplained things to dismiss it completely. Presley knew that Red felt Presley's control over him, and he would often write him kind of fatherly letters containing advice and psychic philosophies. He would sometimes dictate such a letter to Linda Thompson and have it delivered to Red by hand. Red remembers one in particular because, he says, it shows you how he had to be the dominant figure. He wasn't content to let his show business status speak for itself. He had to have control. You were his subjects. You did what he said. He even called us disciples. That comes in with the Mike Stone incident, adds Sonny. I thought he was trying to get my mind to go kill Mike Stone and putting the gun in my hand. I thought he was trying to overpower my mind. Sonny says that when Presley talked about his powers, he would say that the pain was being transferred to his fingers, and that's why he had the ability to cure with hands. Presley, who was brought up in the First Assembly Church of God, knows the Bible extremely well. He would often sit with his legs crossed, yoga fashion, and read to his Memphis Mafia and their girlfriends for hours. At other times, he would mix Bible teachings with philosophy. His favorite book is Voice, which Sonny says is one of the many books on highly complicated philosophy that Presley has with him all the time. But Elvis often gets up in his acts during his performances and reads these things to the audience, says Sonny. One night at the Riviera Hotel in Las Vegas, he got up there and stopped a whole performance. Don Rickles was in high gear, doing his insult act. Rickles decided to introduce Presley, who was in the wings. Sonny recalls that Presley could hardly wait to get on stage. And when he did, instead of saying the perfunctory hi to the audience, he produced Voice and insisted that Rickles read passages from it. It was an extremely embarrassing scene. What could Rickles do? He didn't want to insult Elvis, so he read on and on until he looked at Elvis and said with a smile, "Hey, where are we going with this?" Presley looked at him, dead serious, and said, "Keep reading, Don. It's very important." Sonny was embarrassed for Elvis. Jesus, I was glad when the reading was over. The audience clapped politely, but they didn't know what the hell they were clapping for. Sonny recalls how Presley would tell his boys how his powers went beyond healing humans. He said, says Sonny, that his powers could be transferred to bushes and trees. He would have this gimmick where he would put his hands and fingers over a little bush or a leaf. Then he would move his hands back and forth in a vibrating motion. Well, after a while, of course, there would be movement in the air, and the bush or leaf would move naturally. Now, I would do it, knowing that the movement of his hand had actually moved the leaf. I would stick my hand out stiff, and if I moved it, I would move it slowly. And of course, nothing happened, and I would say, "Gee, boss, I can't do it. How did you do it?" Well, old Elvis would smile that smile of his, and he would say, "I can do it, and so can you, but you're going to have to learn how it's done." We weren't ass-kissing. It's just that he is so certain of these powers, you don't want to throw it up in his face. It's like spoiling someone's fun, and we just went along. None of us would ever want to rain on his parade. Dave Hebler relates. Now, there are experts in the psychic phenomena field who are very hard to discount. A lot of their stuff stands up, and I am tempted to believe in it quite a bit. But with Elvis, while I believe a lot of his homegrown philosophies, it's quite obvious he has only a very surface knowledge of this stuff. The ludicrous part was him passing himself off as an expert, particularly in this healing business. I think he sincerely wanted to heal someone's pain, but at the same time he was trying to elevate himself above ordinary humans. He sort of had this Superman complex. There were times, says Sonny, when Presley, halfway through a Bible reading, would stop and interpret and change the wording. There is a passage somewhere in the Bible which mentions that a rich man, if he is only rich, cannot get into heaven. Well, Elvis turned that around and would tell us, the Bible says that a rich man's chance of getting into heaven is like a camel's ass trying to get through the eye of the needle. Now that wasn't meant to be funny. We weren't supposed to laugh at that. Then he would say, well, the Bible didn't mean it that way because I'm rich and I'm going to heaven. We would always nod our heads and agree with him. What really would break up the Memphis boys was Presley's way of preaching. There was a time, says Sonny, in one of his homes. It might have been down in Palm Springs. Anyway, Elvis was all dressed up, and there was a period where he would carry a cane. Actually, they were sword canes, and some of them had daggers in the bottom of them. Anyway, we're all gathered around, and Elvis, with this damn cane, jumps up on a coffee table, and he starts giving us the Sermon on the Mount. But the way he gave it was a little different from the Bible. He stood up there and held his hands up for silence, and in a loud preacher's voice he yelled down to us as we sat around with our faces turned up to him. Woe, all ye motherfuckers, of kind thoughts and good deeds. He went on in this vein, and it really was funny. There were a bunch of girls there sitting on the floor, and when they saw that we weren't laughing because we knew better, they kept their faces straight, like they were in church listening to a sermon. Anyway, he starts talking about Moses, and he says, his voice still like a gospel preacher, Moses, that white-haired son of a bitch, comes running down from this big mountain. Now his damn hair had turned white because he had seen the Lord. And those things can happen when you see the Lord. Anyway, he came on down from the mountain, and how he got down was the burning bushes directed his ass on down. Sonny recalls that the Bible teachings were really a scream, but nobody dared laugh. Presley was deadly serious. Sonny recalls, he doesn't realize he is saying these things. His mind is always running very fast, and it jumps ahead of his talk. And sometimes he doesn't know what he is saying, and he says the first thing that comes into his mind. He would say the funniest things in quoting the Bible. Now, whenever he mentioned Jesus, he would just say aside, now Jesus, he was getting it on with Mary, the woman at the well, you know, Mary Magdalene. It ain't in the Bible, but it's true. She got stoned, but Jesus took care of her, and they traveled around a lot together. Red West recalls, he would say, Jesus said he was old and of age, and he fell ass backwards in the dust. Later on, after we got together, we would laugh our heads off because it was hysterical. The boys say that he was fascinated by intelligent people. Just so long as he wouldn't get into all that other bullshit, says Dave. He had a very good and inquisitive mind. When he'd hear somebody tell a story that interested him, he would absorb it, build on it, and make it into a whole monologue. Typical, says Red, was an incident attached to the song Softly, which is one of the songs he would sing on stage. Now, one night backstage, some guy who was feeding Elvis a line said, "Do you know the story behind that song?" And Elvis pricked up his ears and said, "No, I thought it was a love story." Anyway, this guy tells him it wasn't a love story. The lyrics, the guy says, were written by a dying man. Elvis gets to thinking about this, and as is his way, he will often talk to the audience about the song he is going to sing. So he has made up this incredible story. We heard him tell it on stage so many times we started to get to where we believed it. He would get up there and tell them, "Now this is a story about a man who is dying. He was in the hospital and his wife was there with him. She sat with him for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 3rd day, she lay down beside him and went to sleep. Just then, this man felt himself dying. He didn't want her to see him pass away, so he reached for a pad and a pencil, and he wrote these words, softly. Then he would sing the song. Well, I guess the audience ate it up. Anyway, I spoke to a guy who knew the writer of the song and told him this story. And the guy looks at me and says, "Ah, bullshit, it's a love story." But Elvis to this day will tell that story on stage. His imagination is great. Elvis firmly believes there is life on other planets. He believes there are flying saucers and that visitors from other planets often come down to Earth. When he started talking like that, Dave Hebler says, he never got much of an argument from me. I mean, it's pretty arrogant of us here on Earth, a tiny little planet in this giant universe, to think we are the only ones here. So I would listen pretty closely to his ideas, and they often went along with mine. Sonny West remembers a time in 1966 when Presley believed there was a visit from outer space. It is still a bit of a mystery to me. We were back in his mansion in Perugia Way, Bel Air. We were in the back of the place, and suddenly Elvis says to me, "Do you see that?" I looked up, and I could see this light coming through the trees. Elvis was getting very excited and said, "It's a flying saucer." I didn't take much notice. I thought it was the light of a plane or a reflection from a plane, and I just waited until I heard the sound of the motor. Well, I didn't hear any sound. The light kept coming, and it went through the trees and sort of over the top of the house. The light disappeared, and it seemed to have dropped in the front of the house, and we were in the back. Elvis tells me to go back in the house and get Jerry Schilling. I rush in, grab Jerry, and we go outside looking for the light. When we got outside, we couldn't find Elvis. We're hollering and yelling, and we run in front of the house and we still can't find him. Finally, I hear him yell, "I'm down here." We run down about 2 or 3 houses, and he is in the driveway of one of these houses. He is looking off toward Westwood. I say to him, "Jesus, that light thing scared the hell out of me. I thought they had got you." When I said that, I was only half joking, because I believed I had seen some kind of flying saucer, or a phenomenon of some kind which I can't explain. Anyway, he just kind of grinned and he said, "They will come, but they won't hurt us. If they make contact, we can't be afraid, because they are not going to hurt us." He was convinced there was a flying saucer with people on board, and I don't know what I believe, but I do know I saw something I can't explain. And I agree with Dave. I can't believe this Earth is the only planet with life on board. Sonny and Red believe that a lot of Presley's mysticism started with his mother's and father's dreams. Like his mother, who dreamed that his car was on fire and was right. Elvis told us about his dad, who also had these weird dreams and would walk in his sleep, like Elvis did, says Sonny. He told us of a time that his dad had this dream that the house was on fire. So his dad jumped up and ran toward where Elvis, who was 3 years old at the time, was sleeping. He grabbed little Elvis, and he thought he was throwing him out of a window to escape the flames. Of course, the house wasn't on fire. He threw Elvis out of his cot, and Elvis landed butt first against the wall. Red remembers that once, the teenage Presley sleepwalked right into the street in his underwear. A girl he knew saw him and yelled out to him. It woke him up, and when he saw himself there in front of the girl, he was so embarrassed he ran off and hid until she went away. When he first went to the Hilton International in Las Vegas, there were nights where I just sat up awake all night, just sitting by the window while Elvis was asleep. I just stayed there because I was scared to hell he would walk in his sleep and jump out the window. It was a genuine fear. There's a lot of strange things to Elvis, a lot of strange things. That's why I don't believe he is any ordinary human. 15. On September 26, 1958, the U.S. Army's most famous recruit sailed from New York on board the U.S. troop ship General Randall, bound for Bremerhaven, Germany. With the death of his mother hanging heavily in his heart, Private Presley kept pretty much to himself during the voyage. But there was one soldier who struck up an acquaintance with him, a short, sharp-looking guy from Alabama, Charlie Hodge. Presley felt secure in the company of a fellow Southerner, and besides, Private Hodge played a good guitar. For 4 days they talked and sang together. Today, Charlie is still playing guitar as one of Presley's musicians. He has become so closely identified with the star that he even has his own fan club. When the Randall arrived, the cold, gray docks of Bremerhaven had never looked so decorative. There, at dockside, behind sturdy fences, were 1,500 shrieking Frauleins waiting for their hero. Harassed army officials whisked Presley and his fellow soldiers off to their camp at Freiburg. Meanwhile, the Presley rearguard action was about to rendezvous with their leader. Vernon Presley, Minnie Presley, Red West, and Lamar Fike were on their way. "The first thing Vernon did," says Red, "was to organize a place for the whole of us to stay together. It had been agreed that Elvis could live off base, which was no special privilege, really. I mean, it wasn't against Army rules if you could afford it, and naturally Elvis could. Well, Vernon organized this place to stay in Bad Nauheim. It was a hotel. Now, I have read stories saying that this hotel was a luxury hotel. Well, it wasn't. It was called the Gruenwald Hotel, and as soon as I saw it, I knew it wasn't really the place for us to stay. It was sort of an outpatients hotel for heart attack victims. There wasn't anyone there under 60, and every one of them looked like they had one foot in the grave and the other one on a roller skate. Anyway, we get this 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Grandma, Vernon, and Elvis would sleep in the bedrooms, and Lamar and I would bunk down in the living room, which was more than fine by us. Now, Grandma, who is still alive, thank the Lord, and must now be about 82 or 83, is a real character. She had never been outside Tupelo, Mississippi, or Memphis. She had never flown before, and here she is with a superstar grandson, her son, and 2 men. She is real down-home country, and if you think I have a Southern accent, you should hear her. Well, as soon as we land, she started getting dreadful reactions to the vaccination shots. The vaccination scab on her arm was the size of a $50 coin. The poor old girl's arm swelled up to twice its size. She couldn't get out of bed, and for about a week there, I thought maybe we had done the wrong thing bringing her, because I thought she was going to die, and that would have finished Elvis off. Well, from death's door, Grandma seemed to come out of it. She was tougher than 10 horses. In about a week's time, she was ruling that house like a real Southern lady. She did the cooking and cleaning, even though there were chambermaids. Thank God for those chambermaids, but I'll explain that later. When she got well, we were all one big family, and I was sort of raring to go to enjoy myself. But then, whenever I went downstairs and saw all these people who looked like they were going to die, I sort of had second thoughts. This was not the place to have fun. Although, looking back, we did have a ball. All of us, particularly Elvis, liked the Germans. They weren't Southerners, but they were kind of straight people who were very honest and looked you right in the face when they talked to you. One guy, who particularly looked us in the face, was the manager of the hotel, Herr Schmidt, who wasn't too happy about our invasion. He obviously thought that after we were there a while, there would probably be a few corpses on his hands. I'm surprised there weren't. Herr Schmidt was a strange guy, who used to be followed around by this ratty half-breed dog. Trouble started right away for the Presley party. There was this old gal below us, Red continues, and as soon as Lamar walked around, she would thump on the ceiling and shout something in German. Lamar would respond by jumping up and down on the floor, yelling something about Hitler. If it didn't kill her off, it damn near killed Vernon off. He had visions of the publicity if we ever got thrown out of the hotel, which, of course, we eventually did. Private Presley rose at about 5 o'clock a.m. every morning and headed for the base, where he was assigned to the Scouts. It was, naturally, an ordered life, but occasionally something would go wrong, or else a superior officer would hassle him. That's when Elvis got in a bad mood, Red recalls, and he would say, "Man, what the hell am I doing here?" That old son of a bitch, the colonel. He could have got me out of this. He could have fixed it. But most of the time he fitted in well. Quite obviously, the big attraction straight away was the women. And the women were as frantic there as they were here, but, generally speaking, the German fans seemed better mannered. I mean, you could joke around with them, talk to them without getting ripped apart. Of course, there were exceptions. Red remembers their fun at the Grunwald Hotel with affection. We never stopped playing games. Each week we would have a different kind of fight. We always had water pistols, and Elvis, Lamar, and I never stopped fighting with these water pistols. We would be in the hallways of this hotel, squirting hell out of each other, and suddenly we would see some old broad look at us with shock, like she was about to drop dead from a heart attack, and only then would we stop. Then there were the shaving cream fights and the pillow fights, and all the time pushing and wrestling each other on the floor. When I think of it, me, Elvis, and Lamar wrestling on that floor, I often wonder how long after we left did that old girl underneath us live. I'm sure we shortened her life. The best time of day, particularly for Red, was early morning. Now that's when the chambermaid would come in to make up the bed. I would give her a quick roll in the hay, and then she would go back to work. When Red and Lamar weren't having water pistol fights and shaving cream fights and pillow fights, they would spend their time in the Beck's beer bar around the corner from the hotel. I guess I was there more than Lamar, but I couldn't do much damage there because I never had any money. Both Lamar and I were back on Elvis's payroll, which meant we didn't get paid. We got our 3 square meals a day and we had a roof over our head, so I guess we couldn't complain. We were there because we wanted to be there, and nobody forced us. But the most we got was a few marks here and there, and in Germany in those days, a mark was worth about 25 cents. So I would go over to the bar and nurse 2 beers all night. When Red wasn't doing that, he admits, he got into a little bit too much trouble in the Beck's beer bar. Always seemed I was getting into fights. Some guy would say something and one thing would lead to another, and things started to get a bit physical. It was pretty stupid, I guess, but hell, I was only about 23 and didn't know much better. See, Elvis wouldn't go into a bar and drink, and he just didn't figure that a guy needed a few bucks here and there. We did plenty for him, and he guessed we were happy with just being there serving him. Which was right, but a few bucks would have helped, because there was no way we could do any work there to earn any money. Red admits that he had himself to blame for the way Presley relied on him to do odd jobs. For instance, at night sometimes, when I had nothing to do, I started polishing Elvis's army boots. I learned all that spit and polish stuff in the Marines, and Elvis really started taking a pride in his dress while he was there in Germany. Well, I showed Lamar how to shine his shoes, and between us we would have those boots of his so shiny you could have shaved in them. He got used to it where he expected it, but we didn't mind doing it. While Red was making an impression on some GI Jaws at the Beck's beer bar, and Minnie Presley was making her impression on the kitchen, and Presley was making his impression on the U.S. Army, Colonel Tom Parker was not actually dozing himself. He had thwarted all attempts to have Presley put in the special services, and Elvis's fans were now resigned to hearing only silence for the next 2 years. So Colonel Tom had RCA Victor release the movie album From Love Me Tender. When that reached the saturation point, the album Loving You was released, followed by King Creole. All were million sellers. Then, some of the old songs were re-released and brilliantly repackaged. Presley may have been up to his knees in snow in Germany, but he was still warming the hearts of his American fans. News stories and pictures in U.S. newspapers and wire services about Private Presley were doing their work too. And, predictably, an older generation was gradually seeing Presley in a different light. No more was he a swivel-hipped menace to womanhood, but a clean-cut Southern boy out doing his duty for his country and his flag. By the time he returned to the States, he was every parent's idea of what a good son should be. Up until then, No singer had ever managed to appeal across generations, but Colonel Tom wanted everyone to want his boy, not just one age group. He wanted him to be around for decades, and that is exactly what happened. Red recalls that RCA Victor was frantic. They wanted to keep the ball rolling. They wanted him to cut a disc in Germany. When that idea was hit on the head, they even pleaded with him just to sing a song into an ordinary tape recorder. They would do the instrumentals and the dubbing back in New York. But the old colonel, I guess he knew what he was doing, and he knew the time wasn't right. Presley would never be snowed in by pressure. No matter how he was harangued to cut more discs, he would politely shake his head and say, "Just take it up with the colonel." Fun and games at the Gruenwald were reaching raucous proportions. Herr Schmidt had a suspicion that one of his chambermaids was doing more to the beds in the Presley suite than just making them. Lamar Fikes, marching around the suite, was pushing the old lady underneath closer to her maker. And Red and Presley had gone just a little too far with their water pistol, shaving cream, and pillow fights. "If I remember rightly," says Red, "the straw to break the camel's back came when Elvis and I are having a shaving cream fight. I kept hitting him in the face with this stuff, and he ran into one of the rooms and locked the door. I guess I wasn't too satisfied with this, so I put some paper under the door, lit it, and decided to smoke him out. Well, you guessed it. It caused a little fire. Nothing serious, I don't think, but there was a lot of smoke coming out of the windows, and Elvis and I are dying laughing as we try to put this damn thing out." Suddenly, Herr Schmidt, the manager, appeared on the scene. He was one very pissed-off German hotel manager. I thought he was going to explode. Meanwhile, all the old biddies are running around downstairs thinking that they are going to be barbecued. No matter how bad our German was, we got the drift of Herr Schmidt's strangled shouts. He said one word in English very good, and that word was out. Vernon was pissed off as well, but old Minnie Presley, funny old gal that she was, she thought it was very funny. She had never had so much fun. A decision was made to move into a 3-story, 5-bedroom house nearby on Gothastrasse. Red remembers it was a comfortable, big old place, which the landlady charged an arm and a leg for. "She saw us coming, man," says Red. "We paid close to about $800 a month for the place. That was a gigantic amount of money for Germany in 1958 and 1959. It was at least 3 times what a German would have paid for it." The landlady was a gal we'll call Frau Gross, which is not her real name. A big, busty broad who could have played linebacker. We take over the place, move in, and find something very strange. Even though we're paying the rent, Frau Gross decides she doesn't want to move out. One of the main reasons for this was that she very much liked the idea of men company. Not Elvis, but his dad Vernon. He didn't want to be alone with her. She would rattle away at him in this very fast German, and Vernon would just nod his head. She never stopped talking to him, but not a word of English. He didn't understand a word she was saying, but she just kept talking and smiling. It was very funny. But what was funnier was to see her and Grandma Presley together. Now, Grandma couldn't talk Yankee, let alone German, but Frau Gross would be in the kitchen, and she would talk to Grandma in her German, and Grandma would talk back to her in this real Mississippi country accent of hers. And man, they would talk for hours. It was a scream. But Grandma didn't like anybody trying to take over her kitchen. One time there was a dreadful confrontation, and Grandma decked this big Frau Gross with a broom handle. Oh, Lordy, what a house. Presley and Red had a passion for fireworks, and on occasion would engage in fireworks fights with local German youths. Once, Presley accidentally sent a Roman candle into the back of a young German man, who told Presley that he had put a hole not only in his leather jacket, but almost through his back. When Presley offered to pay for a new jacket, there were no more problems. Elvis liked the Germans for that sort of thing, because if that had happened in the States, someone would have sued him for $100,000. He liked the Germans The way they didn't make a fuss about things like that. They were good people. Presley was cementing U.S.-German relations in other ways, with the women. I remember one day, says Red, I saw this pretty little thing out by our front gate. Now I just went out there and said hi, and we couldn't communicate at all. But I just said the word Elvis and pointed up to his bedroom. We didn't say another word to each other. I smuggled her past Frau Gross, who didn't like other women, particularly young women, around her house, and I just put her in Elvis's bedroom and left her there, without a word. Elvis came home a little later, and I just said, Hi, I've got a present for you upstairs. He looked at me, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't say another word. Well, he came down about a half hour later, and he had a smile on his face that just about split his head in half. Little presents like that tend to break up the day. Red remembers one particular girl whom Presley got hot and heavy with. I can't remember how we met up with her, says Red, but what I do remember was something that would never happen in the South, even today. This girl took him home with her, to her mother, and that night he slept there, with her mother's blessing. I know it must have shocked the hell out of Elvis. Those things didn't ever happen to him. I guess she was a pretty liberal mother. Presley felt very much at ease with the Germans. He and Red would go into the park with young Germans and roughhouse with them. It was like sort of friendly fighting, says Red. No punching in the face, but wrestling each other and throwing each other on the ground and tackling each other. Nobody went too far, and the German guys were having as much fun as we were. I remember one time we were battling with them and having a ball. We were getting swamped by them. Elvis pokes his head out from under a pile of legs, arms, and bodies and yells to Lamar to come and help out. Well, there was some ice on the ground, and Lamar is on top of a hill. Old Lamar yells out, I'm coming, Elvis, I'm coming. Well, he came all right. Lamar slips flat on his ass at the top of the hill and slides from the top of the hill, the whole 300 pounds of him, right past us where we were wrestling, and he keeps on going like a great big giant human sled right to the bottom of the hill. Well, that broke all of us up. Elvis, me, and the German guys went hysterical. I've never seen anything like Lamar. It was like he was jet-propelled. Old Lamar didn't think it was funny. He climbed back to the top of the hill with the ass out of his pants. Lamar was always doing something like that. Somehow he didn't mind being the clown. He was a great guy, who was just so funny without even trying, and he had a heart of gold, too. Other diversions consisted of football games set up by Presley and Red. Some of the GIs they played against were to become college football stars, and a few of them even made the rookie pro ranks. The only thing about this field where we played, says Red, the most dangerous thing about the game, was the fact that there were a lot of shepherds in the area. Well, we would have to stop our game, as about 100 sheep would pass over the ground. Only problem was that half them damn sheep would take a crap in the middle of the field, and we found ourselves playing ankle deep in sheep shit. Presley spent some of his free nights fairly quietly at home. Charlie Hodge, the Southern boy Presley had met on the boat to Germany, would drop over. So would another Southern boy, Rex Mansfield. Together with Lamar and Red and Vern, they would all get together for an old-fashioned Southern night, singing and harmonizing around a fire, with Minnie Presley cooking up heaps of Southern food. It was like a big family, and we enjoyed ourselves, Red remembers. Rex Mansfield ended up marrying a beautiful little American girl called Lisbeth, who worked with another girl handling fan mail. It was a pretty tight group, even with Frau Gross hovering in the background. The mail that Presley was getting was staggering, something like 10,000 letters a week, some of it just addressed simply to Elvis, Germany. All of them were answered. Red remembers that, despite the rare complaint that Colonel Tom could have gotten him out of the 3rd Armored Division, Private Presley was a good soldier. He took the job seriously and asked for no special treatment, and the guys really liked him. There were a couple of alerts that sent Elvis right up to the East German border, where he could actually see the commies on the other side. One time, There was even talk that shooting might start up there. And Elvis was right along there, up to his ass in snow and as gung-ho as the rest of them. Because he was so well received, and because he made an honest commitment, Presley would get particularly annoyed if he thought any superior officer was picking on him. One particular incident I remember, says Red, was to do with the BMW sports car that Elvis used to drive. The Germans called it an Elvis wagon. Anyway, he was driving off base, and when he got to the gates, this big MP starts giving him hell because there was mud on his license plate. He just jumped all over Elvis for no real reason. I mean, he was just trying to show off that he could push Elvis around. Well, Elvis came home, and he was in a bad mood. He was saying, "That son of a bitch of an MP tried to embarrass me for no reason. I'd like to kick his ass." Red had never liked to see anybody push Elvis around, whether it was in Hume's high school or in the United States Army. Presley gave Red a description of the offending MP, and it clicked in Red's mind. I knew who the big son of a bitch was. They called him Indian, because I guess he had a bit of Indian blood in him. Anyway, I recognized him from the Beck's Beer Bar just across the street, where I hung out. I just said to Elvis, "I'll just go check it out." Red went across to the bar, and within a minute had found the MP who gave Presley the business. When Red walked over to him, the Indian knew right away he was in a spot of trouble. Red's reputation in the bar had preceded him. "I want you to come with me," Red said. The MP looked up from his beer. "I know what it's about," he said. "I made a mistake." "Well, why don't you come with me, and we'll talk about it," Red replied. Red took the Indian back across the street to the house and presented him to Presley. "Is this the guy who was giving you all that shit?" Presley nodded. "Now," said Red, "why don't you two guys go into the living room and talk it out?" Red closed the living room door and stood outside. "The next thing I know," says Red, "this guy comes out with a rag in his hand, and he goes to Elvis's sports car, and he cleans the license plate himself. Elvis just walked out with that little grin on his face, and it was all over." What did Presley say to the MP? Did he threaten him with Red's awesome reputation with his fists? "I don't know," says Red. "I don't want to look like a badass. I just fell into the situation and handled it. To tell you the truth, what I really think happened was that Elvis gave the dude $100 to go out there and clean the license plate, and then Elvis would look good in front of me, as if he had handled it himself. That was the only problem that I recall. Of course, there were girls always chasing him, but he was pretty cool about them. He chose his broads pretty carefully. I remember one time there was a little carnival nearby, and Elvis and I and Lamar went along. We were just playing around, when suddenly a group of girls recognized him from a long way off. They charged. Elvis and I took one look at them and started to run for our lives. So we're running like hell, and just then a bunch of GIs go past in an open car. Without saying a word, we just dived in the back of this moving car to escape. Unfortunately, there was Lamar, running like crazy to catch up. He couldn't make the car, and was running so hard across the street, he couldn't stop himself. Well, he crashed right into a wooden fence. You should have heard him cuss when he got back to the house. You could always rely on Lamar for comic relief. While at the Gruenwald Hotel, Vernon Presley met an attractive blonde army wife. Her name was Devada D. Stanley. She was married to Sergeant Bill Stanley. Red remembers the first meeting very well. She was a very pretty woman in her 30s. She had 3 children, Billy Jr., David, and Ricky. Billy was about 5, and David and Ricky, I guess, were only about 3 or 4 years old. She introduced Vernon to her husband, Sergeant Bill. He was a pretty nice guy, pretty typical career Army type. Well, Vernon got so thick with the two of them, he would go out with them, like a triple date. They would go out drinking together, and they were good friends. Well, when Sergeant Bill was on maneuvers, he didn't mind Vernon taking Dee out if she was lonely. Well, I guess one thing led to another, and Vernon and Dee got involved. I remember one night, Vernon, Dee, Sergeant Bill, Lamar, and I went out on the town. We all got pretty swacked, but Vernon and Bill really got drunk. We all ended up at Sergeant Bill's apartment. Luckily, Sergeant Bill Stanley just passed out in his chair because things were getting rough. Vernon was mouthing off. David and Ricky were crying, and I put them to bed. Anyway, Lamar and I, over the protests of Vernon, just dragged him out of there and bodily carried him to a taxi. He was cursing and yelling that he was going to have us on the first plane back to the States. But just as well we got out of there, because if Bill Stanley had woken up and heard all this going on, it might have gotten out of hand. He didn't know that Vernon and Dee were more than just seeing each other. Of course, from then on it was pretty obvious that Dee and her husband were going to split, because Vernon and Dee got pretty close. Later on, they got married. Vernon's relationship with Dee Stanley didn't please young Presley. It really got him pissed off that Vernon would marry again, says Red. But he would always say calmly, "Whatever Daddy wants is okay by me. Whatever makes him happy." But the truth was he never liked Dee Stanley. The thought that Vernon was replacing his mother really burned him up. It wasn't anything he talked about then, although he did later. There were two habits that Presley picked up while he was in Germany. One of them was a fascination with karate, a passion that became an obsession. He would practice for hours on end with Rex Manfield, who willingly acted as his karate dummy. In years to come, someone's enthusiasm for the sport often qualified him for a place on Presley's team. The other habit wasn't quite as innocent. As Red recalls, there were times on maneuvers up close to the border when the GIs really had to be on their toes, and they wouldn't sleep, sometimes for a long time. Elvis knew a sergeant, whom I'll call Sergeant Johnson, which is not his real name. Well, Sergeant Johnson wanted his men to be sharp, and he didn't want them falling asleep at their posts. So from time to time, he would give out these dexedrine pills to keep his men awake. Now, Elvis had never had anything to do with pills or booze up until that time. He still doesn't have much to do with booze, only occasionally. Presley really took to them pills, says Red. He liked what they did for him, and he started taking them regularly. So did we all. On some of those movies we made, we were higher than kites all the time. But Elvis didn't stop at dexedrine. 16. It was 1975. In Las Vegas, before a packed house of 2,500, in the showroom of the Hilton International Hotel, Elvis Presley has just finished his last scheduled number. But instead of disappearing backstage and sprinting to his dressing room, he remained standing in front of the mic. The majority of the press reports were totally wrong, he told the audience, and he wanted to tell it like it was, set the record straight. For instance, he said, "The other night I had the flu real bad. Someone started the report that I was strung out. If I ever find out who started that, I'll knock their GD head off. I've never been strung out in my life." Nor, he went on, had he ever taken drugs. This brings a smile to the faces of Red West, Sonny West, and Dave Hebler, who were all working for him as bodyguards at that time. According to them, Presley, like many show business personalities, had considerable experience with many types of drugs. Recalls Red West. "He takes pills to go to sleep. He takes pills to get up. He takes pills to go to the John, and he takes pills to stop him from going to the John. There have been times where he was so hyper on uppers that he has had trouble breathing, and on one occasion, he thought he was going to die. His system doesn't work anymore like a normal human being's. The pills do all the work for him. He is a walking pharmaceutical shop. He has smoked marijuana, but he doesn't like to smoke it because it burns his throat. He takes uppers and downers and all sorts of very strong painkillers. Percodan and the stuff they give terminal cancer patients. He has often got prescriptions in the names of a lot of the boys, and from time to time, he had a doctor, not one named in this book, who used to make up his prescriptions but has since vanished. Yes, he knows a lot about drugs. Sonny West shrugs and says, "There is a whole sickness thing that is going to happen to him. His system is just shot to hell." Dave Hebler, a man who has dedicated the past 18 years of his life to the study of karate, is more incredulous than Red or Sonny. After getting to know the scene with Elvis, I was surprised. It is absolute insanity that a human being would want to commit slow suicide, which I feel he is doing with the drugs. I can't understand how anybody can deliberately set about to do himself in. Here is a guy, one of the most popular persons in the world. He can have anything he wants. He has the means. He could have been a fantastic physical specimen. It is hard for me to understand how he can deliberately set out to destroy himself. It seems he is bent on death. The thing about him is that Elvis doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. I can't find the words to say it strong enough. I mean, he is a fascinating person. The most fascinating human I have ever met. He is a composite of contradictions. He is like a ping-pong ball going down the hallway. You never know from one minute to the next whether he is going to point a gun at somebody, or he is going to kiss them, or what. It sounds bizarre, but I am really struggling to find the words to emphasize that particular facet about the changeability in his personality. Red West is convinced that the massive doses of various pills have taken a toll, not only on Presley's body, but also on his personality. The continual confections of great highs and lows have completely warped his senses. It must be pointed out that the bodyguards, particularly Red West and Sonny West, were not innocent bystanders. From the very first time that Presley discovered what a mild Dexamyl or mild Dexedrine could do to lift the spirits or kick off a day after only a few hours' sleep, they were right along with him. Both Red and Sonny openly admit that from 1960, all through the period they were on movie locations with Presley, they were flying most of the time on uppers. "There was no other way we could keep up with him," says Sonny. "He would never get any sleep. Then come 6 a.m. for an early call, and we would be beat. So he would give us these uppers, and we would drink coffee all day. After a while, we graduated with him into stronger pills, like Despudol and Escritrol. We were right in with him. Don't get the idea we're angels. And if we were still wired when it was time to go to bed, he would give us the tranquilizers, like Valium, although we have taken much stronger stuff than that toward the end. Stuff like Placidil, which really knocks you for a loop. He would give us this stuff. Some of the time we would ask him for it, but other times we really just wanted to get some sleep. Natural sleep. On some of those movies, while Elvis was wired and high as a kite, we would sometimes sneak away off the studio lot and go to a vacant studio and hide under props and stuff and sleep while he was before the cameras. It was the only way we could get any real sleep, because he would be going like a steam train all day and only get a few hours sleep. In the early days, that man had a tremendous constitution. He would never stop. There were other times when he was going to get high, he sort of demanded that you get up there with him. Sometimes he would stand in front of you and watch you take the stuff because there was some stuff he gave me. I don't know what it was, but I would break out in a sweat. So often he would give me a handful of pills and I would ditch them. He knew this. So he would stand in front of me with a glass of water. The past several years I just plain refused them, and this upset him. Eventually, he quit offering them to me. In the light of Presley's traditional image, the bodyguard's stories seem incredible. But all three back them up with offers to take a lie detector test if anyone cares to challenge them. Red West says that during the 1960s, Presley was mostly involved with uppers, amphetamines. But toward about 1970, he started taking the downers. He had taken them before, and that's when he had his first weight problem. But he started into them heavier in 1970, and got particularly heavier into them in 1972, after Priscilla left him for Mike Stone. It went on right up until we left him in 1976, when the situation had gotten ridiculous. Despite all Red saw, however, he could never say that Presley ever had any experience with heroin. The fact that his pills were an important part of his life was demonstrable as far back as 1960, just after the completion of GI Blues, Presley's first movie after his return from the Army. Presley had planned a weekend's rest and relaxation in Las Vegas for his Memphis Mafia. The group, Presley, Sonny West, Joe Esposito, his cousin Gene Smith, Lamar Fike, and Charlie Hodge, took off from Los Angeles in a white Cadillac limousine and a Mark VI Lincoln. Elvis, says Sonny, had been to Vegas back in 1956, but me and a few others had never been there. We were all excited. Well, we take off in high spirits, and halfway there we stop at Barstow. Elvis asked Gene to give him his kit bag. It was Gene's responsibility to look after Elvis's kit bag. Elvis said that he wanted to brush his teeth or something. Well, we really knew what he wanted. He kept his uppers in his kit bag. It was then we discovered that Gene had left it back at the hotel in Los Angeles. Instead of shrugging it off, Elvis got really mad. So mad that he said for us to get back in the car. We were not going to Vegas now. We were going back to L.A. We were all down. So after being halfway there, he decides to drive back because he hadn't got his little kit bag with his pills in it. Elvis decides to do the driving and he is cussing and yelling at us. We're down and we're tired, and Gene starts to doze off. Every time he does, Elvis hits him on the chest with the back of his hand and yells at him. "There will be no goddamn sleep, do you hear?" Old Gene jerks awake. "No, boss." Joe is in the back dozing off and chewing gum at the same time. "Joe, goddammit, I said no sleeping." Joe replies, "I wasn't sleeping, just looking out the window." This is the way it went all the way back to Los Angeles. He was so pissed off at us. He was behaving like a damn child because he didn't get his way. The party trooped back to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. Charlie, Lamar, and Sonny undressed and fell into bed. Just as they are dozing off, the telephone in their room rings. It's Joe Esposito. "Come on down, let's go." He decided to go again. Sonny remembers that when they got to the car, Presley had retrieved the kit bag and was dispensing uppers for the long ride to Las Vegas. Presley got high. Outside Los Angeles, the sparkling new car's left front tire blew out, and the hubcap came off. Presley was mortified. "We can't go to Las Vegas without a hubcap? Damn it, I want to sell this car." They finally found the hubcap and continued their journey. They arrived in Las Vegas at about 11 in the morning, all wearing black mohair suits and sunglasses. I think that's where we got the tab, Memphis Mafia, Sonny remembers, because we dressed like mafia guys. Elvis in those days always demanded we wear suits and ties. As soon as they arrived, Presley went to the crap tables. In a few hours, he had lost $10,000. After that, says Sonny, he found out he could play with the house money, where he would not win or would not lose, just sort of like a shill. After he started playing with the house money, he had the most incredible run of dice you had ever seen. One guy who was betting on his throws won a fortune and wanted to give some money to Elvis, but he refused. That weekend, according to Sonny, with a little help from Presley's friends, the pills, they slept about 2 hours. In the early days, says Red West, the uppers were really just a way for Presley and his boys to squeeze a bit more fun out of life. I know they are dangerous, particularly the way we took them, but it really didn't start out as anything sinister. For instance, they came in very handy when playing football. Elvis organized a touch football league called Elvis Presley Enterprises, says Red. We also had a pickup side when we lived in Los Angeles and played other teams from the television and movie studios. Lee Majors was a big player in those days. So was Michael Parks and Gary Lockwood, and a whole lot of other stars. Elvis played, but of course we gave him plenty of protection. At these games, we would swallow a couple of uppers, and we have played as much as 4 and 5 games in one afternoon, going into the night. People would see us and wonder how we could do it. Well, that's how. Occasionally, Elvis would give us stuff to take for our injuries, and our aches and pains and bruises and sprains. They were painkillers. After being 5 or 6 hours in the fairground in Memphis on those dodgems, Sonny remembers, we were bruised all over. So we gradually got into the painkillers, but still nothing like Elvis was taking toward the end. I have seen him with literally dozens of bottles of every different kind of pill. Now, he knows a lot about them. He knows what pill to mix with another pill. He knows the dosages and the exact result. Sometimes he has miscalculated and had bad effects, but most of the time he knows what he is doing. At least he thinks he does. He has got medical directories on the pills and he knows the color codes. Show him a pill or tell him its color on the capsule, and he can identify it in a second. Red says that the movie-going public would notice the difference in Presley if they could compare his pre-Army films with those he made after he got out. From GI Blues on, you can notice the way he speaks. He had to make a real effort to slow his speech down. He would talk like a machine gun in those movies when he was wired with uppers. He was high the whole time, and we were most of the time, too. Any kind of overindulgence in drugs can produce bizarre behavior. At times, it has triggered Presley to go on the most lavish and generous of spending sprees. Someone with him would only have to hint at wanting something, and Presley would buy it for them on the spot. Of course, there were many times when he gave simply for the pleasure of giving. His generosity could never be in question. There are other times when he is wired, to use Dave Hebler's expression, in which his moods and actions assume a black, frightening violence. There were 2 occasions when violent rage was turned on Red West, the man who has given most of his life to the protection of Presley. In 1973, Presley was performing in Las Vegas at the Hilton. Suddenly, at the end of a song, he completely lost his voice. Red and Sonny cannot say what caused that to happen, but both theorize he had taken so many pills that his throat suddenly dried up. He came off stage in a panic, and Red and Sonny called in Dr. Elias Ganem and Dr. Sidney Boyer. Dr. Boyer, using special equipment, cleared Presley's throat of a substantial amount of mucus and congestion. After less than 10 minutes, Presley was able to go on with his show. Red recalls that Presley had a lot of faith in Sidney Boyer, well-placed faith, because the man was an expert in dealing with various throat problems. Around about that time, says Red, he was going to Dr. Boyer every day, and Dr. Boyer was doing a great job in clearing his throat. It got to be an obsession about going to Dr. Boyer, although there was no doubt the guy knew what he was doing. One night, after he had kept us up all day, we finally hit the sack. I took a sleeping pill and was just dozing off. It must have been about 9 in the morning. I knew it was ridiculous to expect to get any sleep. Suddenly, I got a telephone call. He wanted to see Dr. Boyer right away. I may have said something like, "Hey, man, you don't go on until tonight. What is the reason for getting it done so early?" Anyway, he was bugged or something. I told him I had just taken a sleeping pill, and he said, "Well, go back to bed." I knew the tone in which he said that. He was sort of saying I was letting him down. I said, "No, I'm up. It's my job. I'm going with you." I hurriedly got dressed and went down the hallway and into his suite. Sonny was there, and he could see I was pissed off. Well, Elvis goes into his room and grabs his M16. He says, "I'm gonna blow your fucking head off." Red, despite his rough and readiness, doesn't resort all that much to heavy swearing, but he was angry. "Shoot, you motherfucker," he said. "Go ahead, shoot. We only have one life to give you. Shoot." Sonny West was trying to calm everyone down. Red was madder than hell, and there was this man pointing an M16 gun at him. "I thought something was really going down," Sonny recalls. Red was angry, and Elvis had the gun and he is bugged. Then the next moment, Elvis turns away and winks at me, like it was nothing at all. That's how quick that guy can change. It was after that incident that Presley dictated a long, rambling letter to Red on philosophy and psychic strengths. About 6 months later, a similar confrontation took place, once again between Presley and Red West. Presley had finished a show and was holding court in his suite at the hotel. There were 5 or 6 women in his suite. There was no romantic interest involved. Presley was simply showing them his karate tricks. One woman, a married lady, was entranced by the show of karate and asked Presley how he did it. In the ensuing demonstration, Presley broke the girl's ankle, completely by accident. Sonny and Red remember the girl limping from the bedroom, trying not to cause a fuss. One of the main reasons, of course, was that her husband did not know she was in the suite, and she didn't want him to know, lest the incident be misinterpreted. Whether Presley was aware he had broken the girl's ankle is not clear, but both Red and Sonny recall he made no effort to inquire about her well-being. She did have an operation, which involved having a pin placed in her ankle, and at one point there was some question whether or not she would sue Presley. But before there was any talk of a suit, Red recalls, he had to run interference to keep the girl's husband away from Presley. She had eventually told her husband what had happened, and he wanted to straighten a few things out. The bad night started in the showroom of the Vegas Hilton. It was 1974. I'm backstage. Now, Elvis has this thing of throwing scarves out to the audience. This night, this girl had a scarf of her own, and she threw it to Elvis, and he would throw it back to her. This went on and on. I guess she wanted him to come over and kiss her. Well, he was high. He threw the scarf back at her and told her not to throw it again. He started walking off stage and she threw it again, and it hit him right on the shoulder. No big thing. I saw this and I mentioned it to the security guard who stopped it, but Elvis was really mad. Down in the dressing room, he called us all in. Now there was a security guard there while all this was going on, and he said, "How come somebody didn't stop that chick?" I told Elvis if I had gone out there and taken a scarf away from a girl, it would have looked bad. I would have made a fool of myself. All he had to do was keep the damn thing, and the whole thing would have stopped there. That's what I said to him, but no more than just that. Well, when we got in the suite, he blew up. "Goddamn, don't you ever talk back to me in front of a security guard. You work for me." He went apeshit. Presley called Red everything in the dictionary of swear words and insults. "You red-headed cocksucker, you motherfucker." No man had ever called Red West those names, and stayed with both feet firmly planted on the ground for too long. Red was sitting on a stool at the bar of the suite, and Sonny West was there, once again seeing an ugly situation develop. There was enough adrenaline pumping to light up a dozen city halls. Sonny had a bottle of water in his hand and said what he thought to be soothing words. "Oh, come on, Elvis." Presley flared. "You stay out of this," he said, knocking the water from Sonny's hand. "You never talk back to me in front of those guards." Red tried to explain that he wasn't talking back, just trying to say the way it was. "I was shocked," Red remembers. "The whole group was in there while he was swearing at me. Nobody has ever called me those names." When Red continued to try to explain, Presley reached for his long-barreled .22 Savage revolver, which was on his hip. Sonny recalls, Red was starting to go white, and I saw it in his eyes. He was just this far off coming off the stool and decking Elvis. Elvis was about to pull that gun out, and Red says, "Don't do it, Elvis. Don't pull that gun." And Elvis stopped dead, because he knew Red was ready to go to war and kick ass. But he wanted to pull it. He couldn't have got it out fast enough, but something in him saw something in Red's eyes. Red says that he just sat there and took it. I knew if I had got off that stool, that would have been the end of my job and security for my family. I thought, hell, let the crazy fool get it all out. Then I told him, "The husband is out here looking for you. We've been trying to keep him away. You know, the husband of the gal whose ankle you broke in a karate demonstration." And he yells back, "Where is the motherfucker? Bring him up here." His father, Vernon, was trying to cool him down. But Elvis was so high and so bugged, nobody could talk to him. And all the time he is wearing this gun on his hip. It was a hairy situation. Jerry Schilling tried to talk to him, and Elvis said, "Get the fuck out of here." Jerry didn't take too much of Elvis's shit either, and he just walked out of the room. Later, in a calmer moment, Presley did face the situation of the girl whose ankle he'd broken. She signed a release not to sue. Presley paid all hospital bills and picked up the tab for her and her husband and some friends to see the show and stay at the hotel. Despite the obvious results that Presley's pill-taking binges have, he seems to learn very little from his excesses. In August 1975, he canceled out on his Las Vegas schedule after 2 appearances. Red relates. Joe Esposito called and said that an ambulance had taken Elvis away. He had taken so much of something that it had affected his breathing. I was at home in Memphis when Joe called me. They said it was exhaustion or pneumonia. I had seen those breathing problems before. When Presley canceled out in Vegas, there was a problem. At one point, he wanted to cancel right before a show, after the people were seated. It was typical that Colonel Tom told him, according to Sonny, "I can get you out of the shows tomorrow, and we are going to have to make good the money. But I'm not going out there now that the people are seated and tell them you're not appearing. If you want to do it, go get your daddy to go out there on stage and tell them." Sonny recalls that nobody was too keen to do that. Presley went on that night, and the colonel told him to clear out of Vegas if he was sick and cancel his remaining shows. Red West remembers what started the whole situation. Sonny was in Vegas waiting, and Red, Charlie Hodge, and Presley were to arrive on a Jet Commander private plane. Presley had bought the plane only 4 or 5 days before the engagement. On the plane, he took some of the pills. Red says, he started to get very hyper. He was in the back of the plane. Suddenly Presley yelled, "I can't breathe! Drop the oxygen mask! Drop the oxygen mask!" Red recalls that his boss was gasping, and that he and Charlie Hodge got very apprehensive. The oxygen mask didn't seem to do Presley any good. "His breathing was badly messed up," says Red. "About that time I noticed an air vent on the floor, and there was a lot of air coming out. Well, I told Elvis to lie down on the floor and put his face over the air vent, where the air was whooshing through." Then Red and Charlie heard words from Presley that shot them through with fear. "I'm not going to make it," he gasped. "Land." An emergency landing was made in Dallas, and Presley and Red and Charlie went to a motel for 5 hours, while the pilot changed planes. "He was okay soon after that," says Red. "The effects of the pill had worn off." Sonny and Red say that they have seen Presley wiped out on the painkiller Demerol, complete with head nodding and slack jaw. They recall that on one such jag, it was suggested that someone take a photograph of him so that he could see what he looked like at those times. All of them agree if it had not been for the eagle eye of Dr. George Nicopolis, Presley may have had a lot more trouble with drugs. Both Red and Sonny say that Dr. Nick, like Joe Esposito, would often take capsules and drugs that Presley had smuggled in and replace them with harmless vitamins. Dr. Sidney Boyer, who treated him for his throat problems, and Dr. Ganem were not as close to Presley and probably knew nothing of his abuses. Red, Sonny, and Dave have all seen Presley in a complete stupor from his pill-taking. There have been, says Sonny, actual shows that he has done that he can't remember. The audience must know something is going on. Sometimes he gets up there and talks to the audience instead of singing. He will give his philosophies on life, and it's very boring. People go there to see the old Elvis magic. One night, he did a damn karate exhibition for 28 minutes straight in Las Vegas. People were walking out all over the place. I never saw a word in the press about it. He lives a charmed life. Sometimes he will forget the sequence of songs, and he will forget the lyrics to songs. Other times there are songs scheduled to be sung, and he will just refuse to do them. On the other hand, says Dave Hebler, when he is straight, and he is slimmed down, and he is just going on his own energy, there is no showman like him on earth. He is a born performer. The whole Memphis Mafia knows about Presley's incessant and potentially dangerous habit of taking every conceivable kind of upper, downer, and tranquilizer. And there are others who know, to some degree, about Presley's pill-popping habits. 2 undercover narcotics detectives. While on tour in the various cities, Presley, with his passion for anything to do with police work or playing cops and robbers, often had very close contacts with the local cops. There were several detectives in the Denver Police Department whom Presley got particularly close to. Colonel Tom always had close contacts with cops throughout the country. If the city concerned would allow cops to moonlight, he would often recruit them to help out in security work, paying exactly the same rates the city would. This practice always promoted good relations between Presley's entourage and the local police. The detectives that Presley got to know in Denver introduced him to some undercover narcotics policemen, who, by virtue of their job, will remain anonymous. Red relates, "Wherever you go, you can pretty much assess what kind of a police department a city has got. These Denver cops, and Sonny and Dave can back me up, are about as sharp and professional as you will find anywhere in the country. They are sharp, straight, and there is no nonsense, no corruption. Well, we had been in Vail, and Elvis somehow got this really heavy pain-killing stuff. He had the prescription. Don't ask me how he got it, because it will mean we have to put someone on the spot. Anyway, in Denver, he had this infection from an ingrown toenail. Now, the police doctor comes along, who is introduced by these 2 narc cops. Now, the cops don't know at this time anything about Elvis's habit, but then Elvis asks for a heavy painkiller, and the police doc won't give it to him. Then the police doc shows this prescription that Elvis has to the undercover cops. Now the cops know that this is very, very heavy stuff. When the cops see this, they start to wonder. The narc cops kept a close eye on Presley. Suddenly, they noticed his highs and lows, and they are experts at this. Presley was entertaining them lavishly, but the undercover police were getting uneasy. Presley seemed to be getting high. Dave Hebler recalls that both detectives mentioned their observations to him and Red. They were evasive, but it was obvious the cat was out of the bag. Nothing was said to Presley. He left Denver, but returned a few weeks later, in February 1976. Dave Hebler picks up the story. Now we go into Denver, and we check into a hotel. It's at this point these 2 undercover cops have a talk with Elvis about what they thought was going down. Well, we hadn't been in that hotel more than 2 hours when all of a sudden we're leaving. Elvis tells us we have to go into Las Vegas and not to bother bringing our stuff. The reason he is leaving is that the police had talked to him about going into a sanitarium and drying out, and that he was a complete embarrassment to them because they were narcotics officers and he's stoned out of his mind. He's stoned out of his mind and flaunting it right in front of them. You know this is kicking them right in the chest. Red West adds, It must be stressed that these guys told Elvis that no one would know. It would be handled right. They would oversee this drying out process personally. His answer was, "You think I'm hooked? You think I can't handle it myself? I'm strong enough to take care of it. I'm strong enough to get off the stuff." Now these cops had seen all these pills, and they knew he was taking all sorts of stuff that would screw him up. They couldn't live with themselves that Elvis was doing this to himself because they liked him a lot. They felt the same way we felt about him. We just wanted to see him straight. That's all. The greatest present that anyone could give me was to tell me that Elvis Presley is straight, slim and handsome, and just the same as when I knew him way back. A lot of what went on was just as much our fault as it was his, because we would indulge him like a child. Dave Hebler relates, "God, that man can sometimes act like he is a 2-year-old. Sometimes you think you are looking after a child. You can't help love the guy, but it gets you so pissed off at him." There was a time in 1975 when Red, risking Presley's wrath, decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with him about how he had changed. Red treated him as if he were his kid brother, although Presley is 18 months older than he. This night he wasn't high. He had taken a tranquilizer, and I just sort of came out with it. Because when you start to think of all the gifts he has bought us, and all the good deeds he has done, it's hard to just sit there and take it without caring for the guy. I mean, man, I love the guy. There were times I felt like beating the shit out of him, but there is no getting past it. I love him, even if he doesn't love me. This night I told him that all the shit he was swallowing had changed his personality. I told him I wished he could get back to like he was in the old days. Well, he surprised the hell out of me. He didn't flash with anger. He just said quietly, "Yeah, I agree with you." And he didn't have too much to say that night. So I thought I had done a really good deed. I left with tears in my eyes and all that jazz. I was a bit emotional and I thought, well, things may be different from now on. The good old fun days are going to come back. The next morning I get up, and he is on the couch in the suite at the Hilton, and I ordered breakfast for him. I knew something was bugging him. I could see his face. He was building up to something. He said to nobody in particular, but I knew it was aimed at me. "So I'm not myself anymore, huh? God damn it. I don't want to hear all that shit. I wish people would stay out of my personal life. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. I don't need anybody preaching to me." At this time, I moved out into the kitchen. I was mad. He had been stewing on that talk all night, and suddenly he does a complete reversal thing. I was so mad I punched the refrigerator, and he follows me out and he has calmed down and he says, "What do you think I give you guys all these gifts for? It's to make up for the hell I put you through, for the work you guys do. That's why I give you these gifts." I replied, "Yeah, but the talk we had last night didn't mean anything, right? It was just going in one ear and out the other." And he said, "I'm going to do what I want to do, and that's the way it is." At that stage, I gave up on him. I never talked to him about the drug stuff ever again. In Las Vegas, in the inner circles, rumors about Presley flew thick and fast. Vegas is a small town, and secrets are hard to keep. Some of the rumors were half true. A lot of them were outrageously inaccurate. But the boys did their best to keep the rumors to a minimum. Sonny West remembers a time when there was a particularly bad rumor going around, but one that wasn't far from the truth. Still, he felt it was his job to take any steps necessary to have it quashed. Jackie Wilson, the singer, was a good friend of ours. He was a very nice dude, and the people who worked for him were very close to us. Anyway, one of the guys who knew him called me up and told me there was something he wanted to talk to me about. Well, I went over to the Flamingo Hotel, where Jackie was playing, and this guy who knew Jackie introduces me to two guys. They were from New York, if you know what I mean. This was at the end of 1973, and Elvis used to get a lot of massages from a guy who worked for one of the hotels. I won't say which hotel because that would identify him. But this guy used to get a $100 tip from Elvis every time he massaged him. Also, Elvis would sign a chit, and it was in triplicate. This guy not only got paid and tipped, but he had a scheme where he would present the bill twice until I caught up with him. So he was a con man from the word go. I'll just call this guy Big Bill, which is not his real name. Anyway, it seems that one of these guys from New York was getting a massage, and this Big Bill starts shooting his mouth off to him that he has massaged Elvis Presley and that he is a head drug taker. My mind gets buzzing, and I think, if Big Bill told a perfect stranger this, how many people has he told? Well, the guy who knew Jackie Wilson says that he is telling me this because he knows how much Jackie Wilson loves Elvis, and I thank him for his concern. Now, one of the guys from New York is pretty heavy, if you know what I mean. He says to me, "How do you want to handle this? If you have any problems, call me, and I will take care of it." I mean, Big Bill was out in the desert, outside Vegas, if I had given the word to this guy. I could have very easily given the word. All I had to do was call up and say, "Do it." Someone in that city would have done that guy in, and they may have found his body in the desert. It would have been another unsolved case of finding a body in the desert. But I didn't want any of that stuff. That was going too far. But we had to shut the guy up. Anyway, I got the telephone number of Big Bill, and I called him. I said, "Could I speak to Big Bill?" He answered the telephone, and then I said, "You don't know me. I'm just telling you. You have been shooting your mouth off about a certain celebrity that used to give you a $100 tip, and you have been talking about how he is a head. And I tell you now, stop it, man, or you are gone." I then hung up. Elvis didn't tell me to do it. I was acting on my own. In fact, I never told him about it. I just handled it that way, because there was no use getting him upset over something if it could be handled. Red says it was often best to keep a lot of their talk away from Presley, because he would often do things to test a person's loyalty. "I remember," says Red, "one time we were in a hotel in Colorado, and he called my room and told me to come see him, that there was something he wanted to talk to me about. Well, I got straight to his room, and Elvis is lying out of it on the floor. I thought, oh well, he just whacked himself out with something. So I undressed him and put him to bed. Just lifted him up and put him in bed and covered him up. But later I got to thinking. When he spoke to me on the telephone, he was completely straight, like he hadn't taken a thing. And I got to that room in less than a couple of minutes. Now, no drug hits you that hard, so then I suspected that he wasn't asleep or out of it at all. He was wide awake and just faking it, just to see how I would handle him. He tested us a lot of times like that. He always wanted to know if we were really dedicated to him. Of course, in those days, there was very little any one of us wouldn't have done for him. 17. No matter how many women Elvis Presley has had in the past, and no matter how many he may have in the future, it is clear there is only one woman to whom he will always have a strong, romantic attraction. And that woman is petite, sophisticated Priscilla Beaulieu Presley. They both had genuine love for each other, and even though she left Presley for another man, no other man has had as lasting an influence in her growth as Elvis Presley. After all the glossy fan magazine pictures and stories are digested, it must be remembered that Presley virtually raised Priscilla from the time she was a 15-year-old schoolgirl until they finally split in an explosion of anger, selfishness, and misunderstanding. The Presley groupies who chart both lives from day to day often theorize that eventually, when Presley is 60 and Priscilla is 50, after a lifetime of doing their own thing apart, they may reunite. It is not an altogether bizarre theory. There is an incredible bond of loyalty between them, as well as their beautiful daughter. Neither will permit a word to be said against the other. Presley met Priscilla in Germany, in the closing months of his army service. Red recalls, "I had got back to Memphis before Elvis. I was sort of causing a bit too much trouble in the bars, and I was getting nowhere fast. I left soon after a brawl in the Beck's beer bar with some bully they called the Mexican Bull." One of the customers who watched Red's demolition of the Mexican Bull that night was Joe Esposito, the sharp-witted recruit from Chicago who was later to pick up with Presley and become one of the boys. Diamond Joe was impressed with Red's action, and in later years was only too happy to let him head up the Royal Bodyguard. Presley returned to Fort Dix, New Jersey, on March 3, 1960. Colonel Tom Parker had stoked the fires of publicity to hysterical proportions. Only World War III could have kept Presley off the front pages that day. Within a week, he was back in Graceland and had swapped his army boots for his blue suede shoes. Red, who was in Los Angeles at the time writing songs, soon made his way back to the Presley Mecca in Whitehaven. "He had a girlfriend at the time," says Red, "and I won't mention her name, because what Elvis said to us all just might embarrass her. But he said, 'It's about time I got a girl who was a bit more sharp.' We didn't know what he meant, but after a while he kept on talking about this girl Priscilla he met in Germany after I left. When he told me she wasn't yet 15, I nearly had a heart attack. He assured me that this girl was different, much different from the average Memphis girl, and I was prepared to disbelieve him. Anyway, she had been introduced to him by a guy in special services by the name of Curry Grant. Elvis started to talk more and more about this girl as the year wore on, and I believe he even wrote her a letter, which I can tell you is almost unheard of for Elvis. A lot of things were happening. We started our movie schedules, kicking off with GI Blues, and we would always bring girls over to him. It's not that we were procuring, but he was still a little shy about making the first approach. That night, they would be in bed. That charm, man, it just dripped off him. But he still always got back to talking about Priscilla. We were having a lot of fun in those days in Memphis, when we weren't in Hollywood. Sonny had joined the gang, and we were at Wimpy Adams amusement park, riding the cars and the roller coasters, and we were skating like fools at the Rainbow Skating Rink. Despite the many women Presley was seeing, he always harked back to the little girl in Germany. He made several long-distance telephone calls to her, and to the boys, Red, Sonny, Lamar Fike, Charlie Hodge, his cousin Gene Smith, Alan Fortis, and a new addition, the Yankee, Joe Esposito. It seemed their boss was finally in love. Presley arranged for Priscilla, daughter of an Air Force captain who was later to become a colonel, to visit him over Christmas 1960. Presley wanted to see whether he was indeed in love or whether he was just smitten by a fresh and beautiful schoolgirl. Sonny was at Graceland at the time. Elvis went to the airport alone to greet her, he says, and all the boys were in the living room at Graceland. We didn't know what to expect, but we were Southern boys, and a 15-year-old girl in Memphis was someone who giggled and talked about a boy's acne. Anyway, that afternoon, just before Christmas, he walks in with her. Man, she was everything he had said she was. She looked much older than 15, but not in a cheap way. She was very mature looking. She had been a child in the service and had lived all over. She knew nothing about men, hadn't any experience with them from what I know, but she seemed every bit as mature as all of us guys put together. Elvis had made arrangements with Priscilla's dad that his daughter would stay in Vernon's house. Vern was living with Dee In another house across from the back of Elvis's house at Graceland, there was a pasture and then Vern's house. The whole time she was there, about 2 weeks, it was a very quiet event. Dinners at home, small parties with the boys, and I guess we went to the amusement park and the movies, but no wild times. Priscilla had a very easy way with her. She had a nice, easy laugh. She was neither overawed with Elvis and the boys, nor uppity. She was just right. Man, she fit in perfectly. There was no doubt that Elvis had got himself a great chick. After Priscilla returned to Germany, Presley polled the boys on their reaction to her. It was the early days of the Memphis Mafia, and it was a lot more democratic than in years to come. Members of the entourage didn't necessarily say what they thought Presley wanted to hear. However, to a man they agreed that Priscilla was the greatest thing since fried chicken. Presley was quite impressed at their reaction. Sonny remembers that Presley made up his mind he couldn't go on living in the States if she was going to live in Germany with her parents. He started making arrangements, says Sonny, to have her come back to the States. He spent a lot of time talking to her father on the telephone. Now, Captain Boyu was a pretty smart customer. He wasn't suddenly going to let his daughter wander off and take up with a sex symbol just like that. Elvis really had to pour it on. Elvis told her father that he needed her, loved her, and would respect her in every way that her father wanted her respected. He told him that he would marry her one day, and he undertook to put her through school. He would tell us that Priscilla was the one he wanted, because he thought he deserved something better than the girls he was running around with in Hollywood. Presley finally won over Captain Boyu. It was decided that Priscilla would live with Vernon and Dee, and that Presley would put her through school. The boys were out in force to meet her at the airport when she arrived, and Sonny remembers she looked even better the second time around. Red saw her soon after. I was in the kitchen at Graceland, and I saw her there. Wow, every bit as good as the build-up. The great thing about her was her easy manners. You always felt easy with her. She did look a lot older than 15, and she spoke a lot older, very sophisticated. Priscilla was a Catholic, so Presley had her enrolled at the School of the Immaculate Conception, which stood on the corner of Park and Lamar Avenues. The boys used to call it Virginity Row. At the beginning of her school days, Presley would often drive her to school in one of his huge fleet of cars. For the South in those days, it was somewhat bizarre, but there was very little comment in the press. Once again, the skilled hand of Colonel Tom Parker was felt. Red and Sonny are still amazed that not more was made of the romance by the press. Even the fan magazines trod fairly lightly. Colonel Tom convinced everybody that Priscilla was living with Vernon and Dee, and that absolutely everything was above board. As soon as Priscilla was old enough to drive, Presley bought her first a Corvair and then a lavender Chevy sports coupe. She lived in a mansion. She had the best schooling, everything money could buy, and the sex symbol of all sex symbols as her romancer. What more could she want? As the years went on, and Priscilla's personality developed, she found there was much more in life than just riches. She was, she realized, right up until 1972, a virtual prisoner in a gilded cage. Presley always kept Priscilla on a pedestal. It was like everything he does, says Sonny. He got what he wanted, put it away in storage, and went on to something else. Priscilla could have anything she wanted, but the thing she wanted most was Elvis. In the last couple of years she was with him, he was away from her 85% of the time. She wouldn't see him for 7 weeks at a time. Then they would spend the weekend together, and then he was off again. She could buy all the clothes and jewels she wanted, and Elvis would not have said a word. But she didn't want that. She was not a heavy spender, when you think of other girls who have been around him. She just wanted a normal life. But toward the end, Elvis's life consisted of staying in bed all day, getting swacked out of his head. There were times when we wouldn't see him for a week. He would just stay up in that room, taking downers, watching television, and watching the closed-circuit television, which covered the entire house. She didn't want that kind of life. Toward the end, she wanted to do something with her days, get out and enjoy life. She didn't want to stay in a hotel room all day or the bedroom of Graceland all day, asleep. But in earlier days, Presley lived with genuine vibrancy, even if it was helped along by popping a Dexedrine here and there. He had a lovely, irresponsible lust for life that never seemed to be satisfied. He was romancing several ladies in Hollywood on his various movie assignments, and he would even play a little in Memphis. The Memphis Mafia hung out in the back room of a place called Chanel's. It was especially cordoned off for them, and there was plenty of action. Red remembers that Presley couldn't care less about his various girlfriends knowing about each other. But he was always careful never to throw up anything in Priscilla's face, he says. Any suggestion that he was playing around was fiercely denied by Elvis. Later on, when the gossip columnists started picking up stuff, a lot of which was true, he would just deny it outright and call it all publicity and lies. He was very convincing, because by the time the columnists got onto a story about a girl he was seeing, he would be back in Memphis, and he would turn it around that these columnists had him out with a girl while he was at Priscilla's side. When she was younger, I guess she swallowed it. Not so much later on. But in those days when he was with her and not running around Hollywood, he was very attentive, very affectionate. Those early times at Graceland are thought of as the best years in the life of the Memphis Mafia. Presley was making up to $3 million a year, and he was going to make sure it was spent on fun for him and the boys. Red and Sonny remember those years before he married Priscilla as Presley's cowboy period. It was the beginning of some very bizarre buying habits. "Well," says Red, with more than a hint of nostalgia in his voice, "it started off with Elvis buying Priscilla a horse. Now, she didn't have anyone to ride with, so Elvis bought his cousin Patsy Presley a horse so she could ride with her. Then he bought himself one, and when he saw us looking on forlornly at them riding horses, he decided we all should have horses. He bought every one of us a horse." Graceland had only 13 acres, and when Red once accidentally ran down Presley on horseback and dislocated cartilage in his chest, Presley decided it was time to get a special place for the horses so they could ride them without running each other down. He found a nice little place across the Mississippi border, not too far from Graceland. It was a beautiful estate of 150 rolling acres, owned by a local rancher named Jack Adams. He paid in excess of $500,000 for it. It had a gleaming lake with tributaries running off it and picturesque bridges. The works. "Now," says Red, "he decides we all should have chaps and cowboy hats, and we were going to be ranchers. We had to have cattle, so he bought some cattle that were developed by King Ranch. He didn't know how valuable they were, but they were really prime cattle. Now every ranch has to have a truck, so he bought a Dodge truck. Then all hell broke loose. He started buying trucks for everybody. All the boys, they all had these ranch trucks. Rancheros, Camaros, El Caminos. I think Sonny remembers the price. $97,000 worth of trucks in one buying spree. When word spread about this, there were truck salesmen lined up outside the ranch. He called the ranch Rising Sun. Outside of the place, there was every kind of salesman in the world. We would try to stop him from walking outside, literally try to force him from going out there, unless one of us was with him, because sure as hell he would buy something from them. All cash. He would sign for it and say, Give the bill to my daddy." I remember one salesman there had a great big 3-stall truck you could haul horses in. Anyway, a guy comes down to survey the place, a very quiet kind of guy. He was just going about his business, and Elvis looks at this 3-haul truck that he had no use for. He said to this surveyor, who he had never laid eyes on before, "You like that truck?" The surveyor looks up sort of sleepy-eyed and says, "What?" Elvis just gestures to the salesman to make out a slip, and he gives it to the guy and says, "Take it, man. It's yours." The surveyor nearly dropped dead on the spot. I think he sold it for cash the next day. Sonny continues. Alan Fortis tells me of a funny anecdote. They are standing in front of the ranch, and all these truck salesmen are there. Elvis goes out with Alan Fortis. He looks at all these trucks and he says to Alan, "Take your pick," pointing to these ranch trucks. Alan replies, "But I already have one." Elvis then looks across at a salesman, who he doesn't even know is the salesman. "Well, give it to him." And Alan says to him patiently, "But he's got one too." So Elvis looks at Alan as if he is nuts and says, "Well, hell, man, find some son of a bitch to give it to." It was going on like that all the time. Show him something and he would buy it for someone. Now, it didn't stop there. The Memphis Mafia, 10 strong, led by Red and Sonny, would be at the ranch all day, racing their horses, drag racing their ranch trucks, and keeping their spirits high with the little white pills Presley would generously dispense. But the tragedy was they had to go home at night and leave behind this fabulous toyland. Red relates. Elvis, when he was at the ranch, would stay in this very nice, very comfortable brick cottage in the northwest corner. Now, for some reason, one of the salesmen standing outside grabbed him and somehow sold him a trailer. Not an ordinary trailer, a beautiful 3-bedroom trailer that was more a house than anything else. In those days, in the middle 60s, I guess it cost over $15,000. Well, that started it. We all got trailers. In no time, he had bought 8 trailers at a tremendous cost, and they were all lined up in a row. Then he had a guy come out and put concrete under them and connect gas lines to make them permanent. We all moved in. We stayed at the ranch for days at an end. Some of us moved our wives in. It really was sensational. We raced horses all day, played at target practice with all his guns. Elvis had a beautiful gold Palomino horse, which he called Sun, and to see him all pilled up, riding that horse, was like watching Lee Marvin on the horse in Cat Ballou. It was a scream. Long before communes, man, says Sonny, Elvis wanted us to have a commune, a place where we could have all the fun in the world and not be bothered by anyone. He wanted to have a sort of Garden of Eden, just an ideal community. He was very happy there, and so were we. Red remembers that after the horse buying spree, the truck buying spree, and the trailer buying spree, Presley decided he needed a tractor. At first he got a small tractor, but that wasn't powerful enough. Then he got a full-size farm tractor. We would put a saddle on the tractor and ride it around like madmen. Often a rider would get bucked off the saddle, and we would all have to run after the tractor, which had suddenly become a driverless runaway machine. We were all pilled up and slightly crazy, but there was nothing bad going down. If ever we were Elvis's disciples, then it was during that time, just before he married Priscilla. Priscilla seemed to love the action, and she liked all the boys. In July 1961, Red married his wife, Pat. Elvis came to the wedding half an hour late, and even then, at the wedding, he came loaded up with 2 guns in his waistband, Red says. But we all thought it was a bit of a joke. Anything he did, we laughed at. The spending sprees never let up, with Presley always paying cash. His old man, Vernon, would just gasp when he got those bills. Elvis would laugh and say, "Hell, man, there's plenty more where that came from." Unlike other entertainers, Presley made no fancy tax shelters for himself. He has always let the Internal Revenue Service work out his tax return, and is probably the biggest individual taxpayer in the country. Red recalls that Presley always marveled at the case of Joe Louis, the fighter who made millions of dollars and woke up one morning to find that not only was he flat broke, he owed the Internal Revenue Service a fortune. "That ain't going to happen to me, man," Presley would always say. You must understand that while a big thing was made of Elizabeth Taylor getting $1 million, Elvis was getting that for most of the pictures he made, says Sonny. That money was just piling up there in the damn bank account into millions. Elvis could not spend it fast enough. A lot of the spending sprees would follow a pill-taking spree. Says Red, it's like a compulsion burning away inside of him. As when Elvis began by buying a horse and ended up buying the ranch. When the boys weren't at Rising Sun or Graceland, they hung out with their boss in Hollywood while he was making films. In 1966, Presley took his gang to Los Angeles and rented a huge place on Rocca Place in Bel Air. Priscilla was living with him on and off between trips to Memphis. On one particular night, Sonny was driving Presley in his custom-made Rolls-Royce limousine. We were going back to Rocca Place, and it was one of those beautiful nights, he says. Warm and clear. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Elvis says, "This would be a great night to be driving a convertible." Bang. That was it. Now it was in his mind to buy a convertible, there and then. He tells me to turn around and go over to the Hillcrest Motor Company on Wilshire Boulevard and Beverly Hills. We get out, and there is this beautiful, solid black Cadillac convertible. Elvis had it in his mind that he wanted a baby blue one. The dealer didn't have one, but he referred us to another dealer, Lou Ehlers, further down on Wilshire, near Fairfax. Elvis got out and walked to the sales office while I parked the car. When I parked the car, Elvis was coming out of the sales office, and he came up to me as I was passing this gleaming black Eldorado convertible. Elvis said to me, "What do you think of that one, Sonny?" And I said, "God almighty, that is beautiful. That is beautiful." It was polished and gleaming in the nightlight, and I thought that was the one maybe he chose to buy. Then he walks over and hands me a set of keys and said, "It's yours." I backed away and said, "No way, boss, no way. Oh no, I don't want you to do that." Elvis just kept on laughing and saying, "Come on, Sonny, I want to give it to you." I told him, and I could hardly speak because I was getting emotional, and there were tears in my eyes. I said, "It seems like you're always giving things to us. We're always taking and never giving nothing back in return." He said, "You're giving when you don't know you're giving. I have always had reports about you, Sonny. How you always speak up for me when I'm not around, and you never put me down. So I want you to have it, man. You deserve it." I ended up accepting it. It was a beautiful car. Elvis then canceled his baby blue convertible and got a solid black one instead. I guess a baby blue one would be nice, but a car should always be black or white. Elvis had got out of the pink stage, and he only wanted blacks or whites. All the boys agreed with him, which was just as well, because the next day, all hell broke loose again. He bought Red a black convertible Eldorado, Alan Fortis a white Cadillac convertible, Jerry Schilling a white Cadillac convertible, Larry Geller, the hairdresser, a white Cadillac convertible, Richard Davis, his valet, a white Cadillac convertible, Marty Lacker, who helped Joe Esposito as foreman of the gang, a four-door Cadillac sedan, and Joe Esposito, the only one who broke the black-white barrier, a maroon Cadillac convertible. Presley paid cash for them and the gift taxes, giving them out as if he were giving away autographs. The next day at Rocca Place, Sonny remembers, was chaos. Everybody was talking about their cars. There were some tough guys up there, but I saw a tear of emotion in every one of those guys that next day. Now, on this occasion, I don't think it would be fair to say that Elvis gave out all those gifts because he was bombed on pills. It was a genuine, generous gesture, a beautiful gesture. I remember him saying, "Man, when we were all poor kids in Memphis, there wasn't one of us who didn't say that one day we would have a Cadillac convertible. It was our dream. Well, now we have our dream come true." When I think back to that, I can still choke up because he was really giving, man. Before the Cadillacs were the motorcycles, and that meant everybody would go through the motorbike stage. He bought 12 in one order. The store was so astonished they demanded a telephone number to call back to because they thought the order might have been a hoax. On top of the motorbikes, Presley also bought a customized Greyhound bus for all the gang. All through this time, of course, Priscilla Beaulieu was not only growing up, she was growing into a mature woman, and one who was not satisfied with being Elvis Presley's girlfriend. She wanted marriage. Her parents were calling Presley to ask politely if he intended to behave honorably in the situation. Colonel Tom Parker wasn't too happy either. So far, he had manipulated the press beautifully, but how long would it last? For everyone's sake, Colonel Tom wanted his boy Elvis and Priscilla man and wife. Presley had a long string of romances with well-known and not-so-well-known actresses, and both Red and Sonny remember overhearing several heated scenes between Presley and Priscilla. Red says, "They had fights like any normal couple, but she had a mind of her own. She had suspicions that he was running around with other women, but she never really caught him in the act. She was not going to be made a fool of, I can tell you." Sonny remembers a battle royale in the rented Bel Air home in Rocca Place. "It was about the same time that Elvis was buying us cars and things. I always got the feeling that in the early days, Priscilla didn't like us hanging around as much as we did. She never said anything, but I guess she had arguments along the line that he spent more time with the boys than with her. Anyway, this argument was a beauty. He was ranting and she was really screaming. We were about 3 bedrooms away, but you could hear furniture and things falling all over. Elvis comes out, and he is extremely calm for someone who has been ranting and raving. He said quietly, "I just told her to pack all her stuff and get the fuck out." At this time, he is helping her pack, throwing her clothes out of the closet onto the floor. Well, she is all packed, and he walks in and says to her, "Now unpack, goddammit. You are not going anywhere." He told us later that women can get you by the balls, you know. He could make a person feel very insecure with that sort of stuff. He did it with us all the time, making you think that you were not in as tight as you might have thought you were. It was a reverse psychology thing. Both Red and Sonny believed that to some degree, Presley was keeping Priscilla off balance, so she would get acclimated to the treatment when they got married. There is no doubt in either man's mind that Presley intended right along to get married, although, like most men in his situation, he was in no great hurry. The boys never really got close to Priscilla. Not that she was standoffish. She wasn't. She was extremely pleasant. But they respected her position, and also they didn't want to exaggerate their already noticeable presence to a woman who perhaps couldn't be blamed if she wanted more of Presley to herself. Besides, the boys were simply having too much fun. "When Elvis first took over Graceland," says Red, "there was a ritual that every New Year and every July 4th he would put on these fireworks displays. Actually, they weren't so much displays as they were fireworks wars. Presley would divide the boys up into 2 sides, dress them in gloves, football helmets, and motorcycle helmets, set them about 20 yards from each other, and let the fireworks fly. Red and Sonny marvel that nobody was ever seriously injured, because they would level arsenals of rockets and Roman candles at each other and blast away at point-blank range for hours. I've backed into burning rockets and had my ass burned half off, Red says with a chuckle. I've seen Elvis bending over a giant rocket and the thing go off while he is leaning over it, nearly blowing his fool head off. Sonny carries a scar on his chest to this day, where one of us tried to blow a rocket through him. Roman candles would blow up in our hands. The house caught fire twice in these battles, and one time Sonny had to knock a wall down with a sledgehammer to get a hose to the fire. Vernon Presley would look on with some misgivings, to put it mildly. He would just gasp with horror at our antics, says Red. But Elvis was just having fun. Whatever would happen, he would say, "Give Daddy the bill." And there would be poor old Vernon, going white. Old Vernon can be pretty tight with a buck, whereas Elvis just never thought about the price of anything. It was hilarious to see Vernon clap his hands to his head when he saw the spending and the damage and the waste and say, "Oh, Lordy." He could be a very funny dude without trying. On one particular fireworks night, when everybody, including Priscilla, was standing around the kitchen, Vernon was the star of the show. Red recalls that Presley had bought little explosive pellets. They were things that you threw on the ground and they would explode. Or you would put them under someone's feet, and when they stamped on them, they would explode. Well, anyway, Vernon comes into the kitchen, and there is a little bowl of these things sitting on the table. Sonny continues, "Well, now, these things, I guess, in all these different colors, look a little like M&M's candies. Anyway, Vernon is standing there and talking to us important-like, and reaches behind him. He was making some serious point, and he threw them in his mouth, thinking they were candies. Well, man, you should have seen it. He chomped down on these little bitty things, and they exploded in his mouth. Man, the look on his face. He didn't know what was happening to him. First, this explosion inside his head, and there is smoke boiling out of his mouth. He could not speak. His lips have been numbed by the shock, and he still doesn't know what he did wrong to deserve all this. When we found out he wasn't hurt bad, just in shock, we died laughing. I mean, right to this day, when I picture that scene, I nearly collapse. Vernon used to tell that story, and when he told it, it was even funnier. You know, that night he stood next to that bowl the entire evening, trying to get somebody else to fall for it, but nobody did. The fireworks wars, like the fairground and the skating rink, were opportunities to play out teenage fantasies that Presley could never afford when he was younger. One such fantasy, according to Red, is the compulsion to knock something down or smash it to pieces. I remember after we all moved out to Graceland and to the farm across the Mississippi border, there was a nice, neat wooden house, 3 bedrooms, built into the northeast corner of Graceland. This is where his Uncle Travis Smith, the gatekeeper, used to live. Well, as soon as Elvis got these trailers for everybody, he just got it into his mind that he was going to wipe the cottage off the face of the earth. There was no reason to, because it was a real nice house, but Elvis said it had to go. The morning after the decision was made, Presley mounted his small bulldozer, but it was obvious that it couldn't do the job, so he hired a full-size construction bulldozer. Red recalls, "I got in the little one, and Elvis got atop of the big one. He put a football helmet on for protection. I remember this day because Vernon Presley was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, dozing off. Elvis starts up the bulldozer and yells out to Vernon, 'You better move, Daddy.' Vernon asks why, and Elvis says, 'Because I'm going to knock the goddamn house down.' Once again, Vernon gives one of those looks like, 'Oh, Lordy,' but he doesn't say anything. He knows too well for that now, so he just gets up, and Elvis starts roaring away. We also lit the house, and it was blazing like hell, and he just bores into it, destroys it. At one time, I was in the little bulldozer, and he was in the big one, and I look behind, and the son of a bitch is pushing me into the burning house while I'm on this little bulldozer. He was laughing his ass off. He was having a great time. Anyway, in less than an hour, We have just knocked the whole superstructure down to where it drops right into the basement, and it's burning up a storm. And the thing is going up in smoke. We hear a fire engine, and the next thing, this fireman sticks his head over the fence and asks what in hell's name we think we're doing. Elvis looks up at him with a look on his face which says it was a damn fool question to ask, and says, "We're burning down a house." And the guy says, "How did you do that?" And Elvis says, "With a damn match." Now the fireman wants to know why Elvis hadn't informed the fire department about our little fire, and Elvis ends the argument by telling him, "Fuck you." That was the end of the house and the argument. He had satisfied his fantasy. Dave Hebler recalls that Presley had told him many times of a similar fantasy. He told me that one thing he would really like is to get one of those big cranes with a big wrecking ball and just demolish a giant building. He really wants the power to build and to destroy at his whim. In Hollywood mansions, movie locations, Graceland, and the big spread in Mississippi, Presley and the Memphis Mafia were acting out the childhood dreams that they had nurtured for years. Finally, there was money, homes, horses, cars, tractors, fireworks, and guns to make it all a reality. There were very few cross words, and everyone got along as one happy family. Presley did have his outbursts of temper and his eccentricities, but what superstar, then or now, did not? Looming on the horizon, however, was the inevitable marriage. Colonel Boyu and Colonel Parker were to get their way. For Red West, the marriage triggered the first real rift between him and Presley. It was between the movies Clambake and Speedway, and I was living in Beverly Glen in Los Angeles, says Red. I was doing stunts and fight scenes in the movies for Elvis when we were told about the wedding. As always in these things, there was a meeting, and I was called at my house, and we were all told to get ready to go to Las Vegas for the wedding. We all flew down, together with Marty Lacker and Joe Esposito, who were handling the business side of movies for Elvis, Lamar, Charlie Hodge, Gene Smith, Richard Davis, Vernon, and Dee. We all check into the Aladdin Hotel in Vegas. I brought my wife, Pat, along too. Anyway, we're sitting around waiting for the call from Joe Esposito, who was in touch with the colonel, who was making the arrangements. I'm sitting in my room and there is nothing happening. No telephone calls, nothing. So I go down to Joe Esposito's room, knock on the door, and he opens the door, and he is all dressed up in his tux. I ask Joe what's going on. How come nobody has told me what time we're going to the wedding? Now Joe looks like he has swallowed a frog, and he tells me, "You all aren't going to the wedding. You're going to go to the reception. Marty and I will be there, but you will all be at the reception." I blew my fucking stack. I just went ape. I didn't care who heard me. I was really pissed off. The man brings us all the way to Las Vegas, and then we are told that we are not invited to the wedding. I suspected Joe and the colonel had fixed this up, and Elvis wasn't being thoughtful enough to make sure what is going on. Boy, was I mad. I went back to the room and told Pat, and she broke down and cried. It was the thought of it, man. I wasn't interested in going to a reception. I wanted to be there at the time E was getting married. I thought we were that close. I thought we loved each other. I had tears in my eyes and I was very emotional. I just stayed in the damn room and heard about the marriage on television. They were married by a Supreme Court justice in a room at the Aladdin. What a kick in the teeth. I didn't go near the reception. As it turned out, I just wanted to get straight back on a plane to Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, I didn't even have any money on me. So I had to borrow $50 from a Memphis jeweler who had come down to lay on the ring. As it happened, the plane I got was the same flight that the rest of the wedding party caught. I didn't say 2 words to anybody. Vern and Dee were on the plane, and we didn't even exchange a glance. As it turned out, I just ignored Elvis for a month or so. He had got on another plane, owned and piloted by Danny Kaye, the comedian. They went to Palm Springs for their honeymoon. Joe Esposito and Marty Lacker were Elvis's best men. I have nothing against either of those guys, but right then, I felt like decking them. I couldn't help feel there was something behind it. Somehow I couldn't help feel there was some kind of a conspiracy behind the whole thing. I don't know who did it. All I know, I was very hurt. Sonny was in Los Angeles at the time, working on a movie, and I know he felt it was a pretty lousy deal. You know, coming from the South and seeing as how I thought I was important to Elvis, it was a big thing in my life. It was like not getting invited to your brother's wedding. I was sullen for a few days, and I called Charlie Hodge at the hotel where they were all staying. Charlie had joined up with Elvis by now, and I'm on the phone saying, "Who organized the damn thing? What went on?" Anyway, Charlie don't know nothing, but Elvis is sitting there while I'm talking, and he gets on the phone. "What the hell's going on, boy?" He starts in like that, and I yell back at him, "What the fuck you mean, boy?" We were at each other, and after a while we both calmed down, and we agreed to cool it and talk again later. It was then that I did a stint working stunts on Bob Conrad's television show, Wild Wild West. But it all blew over, and we got together after that. I was back on the payroll. In those days, in 1967, I guess I was making about $250 a week with Elvis. After leaving Palm Springs, Presley decided to go to the Bahamas to extend the honeymoon. He thought it would be like another Las Vegas, but when he got there, he didn't like it. He was particularly disturbed at what he believed was the tense racial situation. So he went on to Hawaii with Priscilla and Joe Esposito and Jerry Schilling. Presley had wanted to go to Europe, but the Colonel dissuaded him, because he did not want to take the luster off Presley should he ever do a tour of Europe. So far, that has not happened. While in Hawaii, they attended a big karate tournament organized by Ed Parker, with whom Dave Hebler worked in the art. In the competition was a young man who was born in the islands, the champion karate expert for his height. He was a handsome, smiling young man, quiet in his manner, who stood 5'11" and weighed about 175 pounds. His name was Mike Stone. Presley met him and congratulated him on his fine performance at the exhibition. After his marriage, Presley, while affectionate and attentive, did everything possible to keep Priscilla away from his immediate places of work. She would come on location from time to time during his movies, but the handsome young superstar had a lot of extracurricular activities to take care of. There was a romance, both light and heavy, on virtually every film that Presley made. He would give the girls the cold shoulder whenever Priscilla was around, says Sonny, and he gave Priscilla a lot of respect, but there is no doubt that Elvis wanted to have his cake and eat it too. In the beginning of Las Vegas and the tours, often the wives would be along. For instance, in Vegas on, say, a 4-week engagement, the wives would come down for the opening weekend, and then every weekend until he closed. Perhaps they would stay around relaxing for a few days after the close, too. Priscilla was there with the wives and girlfriends. They were around quite a bit. But toward the end of their marriage, 1971 to 1972, Elvis cut it down, just so the wives and girlfriends were there at opening and closing. Then he cut it down to the opening, and there were times when he wouldn't bring Priscilla out at all. When Priscilla didn't come, neither did the other wives and girlfriends. No woman, no matter who she is married to, is going to take that. There were times when he wouldn't see her for maybe 7 weeks. How can a marriage last through that? It was a strain on the other guys, too. Joe Esposito's marriage broke up. So did Jerry Schilling's. I'm not saying they wouldn't have broken up anyway, but that separation had to contribute to it. I know that in 1975, my wife Judy and I separated. It was my own damn fault for just neglecting her. Elvis used to say to us, "You gotta get away from your wives and kids now and then." but none of us wanted to. Priscilla was gradually getting more and more annoyed. He kept her in a doll's house, an ivory tower. He didn't want her hanging around the movie locations because he heard that Hal Wallace, the man who produced most of his movies, had said that he would offer her a movie contract anytime she wanted it. Presley, according to the West boys, did not like that talk. He didn't want his wife to have any career. A woman's place was in the home, looking after her man, when he was home. Sonny reports that Presley and the ones around him who weren't married took every opportunity to take advantage of their special position in the show business hierarchy. Oh, hell, man. Before I got married, I was into all that running around with Elvis. We had girls coming out of our ears. It's not very hard when you say you work for Elvis. God, the offers I got from women were incredible. And sure, I took advantage of it all. Priscilla knew Elvis was playing around, and she knew the boys were playing around also. I remember one time, in 1970, we had a bunch of girls down at his place in Palm Springs. About 3 or 4 days of this carrying on together, we split to Las Vegas. Now Priscilla and one of the wives went down there for a few weeks a day or so later. And naturally, like all women, they go through the mail. First of all, there is a letter to Elvis saying, "Thanks for the great 3 days. It was great. Let's do it again sometime." Well, there is a similar note left for me. Something like, "Let's do it again." And it was signed Lizard Tongue. Well, Priscilla got on the telephone and crawled all over Elvis, and she wanted to know who Lizard Tongue was. There were so many girls around then. I'm damned if I remember who was supposed to be Lizard Tongue. Elvis was laughing his head off, but when Priscilla started to crawl over him, he got right back at her and turned it around, where she was almost apologizing for calling him. He told her that she should be more intelligent to take anything like that seriously, with all the crazy fan mail he gets. I don't really know whether she believed it. But what I do know is that after I got married, she told the story back to my wife, Judy, and intimated that we were all screwing around when we were on tour. For quite a while, that put a bit of a strain between Priscilla and me. I didn't want her causing that kind of trouble. Also, Judy, my wife, was under pressure. Whenever a new girlfriend or wife came into the crowd, a couple of the other women in the group were always putting them to the test. What they wanted to know was whether Judy loved me, or was she just in the group to try and get to Elvis? I mean, Judy respected Elvis and everything, thought he was a great showman and a good guy, but that sort of stuff was ridiculous. When we were living in the same home as Elvis in Los Angeles, on Montevideo Road, there was quite a bit of tension between Priscilla and Judy. One day, I'm with Elvis. I think we were at the doctor's together. Anyway, we get this call, and they are at each other's throats. Priscilla is threatening to use karate on Judy, and Judy is yelling that she doesn't care, go ahead and try it. So we raced up there to calm them down. Elvis thought it was pretty funny. It was just a case of two women being in the same house. Later on, after Priscilla left Elvis, she sort of apologized for the way she acted toward Judy. We realized that Priscilla was under a lot of pressure, too. In January of 1972, Presley was halfway through his act at the Hilton International Hotel showroom when he took a break to introduce some members of the audience, among whom was a rich and respected record producer. Let's call him Bill Heck, which is not his real name. With him, acting as bodyguard companion, was a handsome, well-built Hawaiian. His name was Mike Stone. Priscilla remembered him from Ed Parker's tournament in Hawaii, where he and Priscilla had been on their honeymoon. Presley gave him a lavish introduction and said with a smile of affection, "This man is the world champion bad guy. He is one of the greatest karate talents in the world. There is nobody like him." Later, Heck and Mike Stone came backstage. In Presley's dressing room were Red West, Sonny, Lamar, Presley, Priscilla, and a few members of the band. The record producer, says Sonny, was a weasel. He kept on boasting that he had the baddest bodyguard in the world, and he is kind of trying to build himself up on Mike's reputation. He's telling everybody that Mike Stone is a real killer. Mike is sitting there, very quiet, and you could see this sort of talk is embarrassing the hell out of him. Everybody in the room was embarrassed. Red and Sonny felt like throwing Heck through a wall. Presley finally cut off the conversation by saying with a smile, "Karate don't beat a gun, man." Mike Stone smiled politely and agreed. "You're right." After a while, Mr. Heck seemed to be aware that he was not welcome and left. The boys and Presley cornered Mike and started to talk enthusiastically about karate. Presley mentioned that he wanted Priscilla to learn karate, and in sort of a loose way, it was agreed that Mike would give Priscilla lessons at the studio of Chuck Norris, a well-known owner of a big chain of karate studios. Presley invited Stone up to the Hilton with some other karate experts, and they showed some films of a tournament in Japan. Throughout all these meetings, Stone was the essence of quiet humility. Occasionally he talked to Priscilla, and within about 3 weeks, she became his karate student. Once or twice, Stone stopped by the house while he was giving her karate lessons. But, Red recalls, there was nothing in his behavior to suggest a romance. Sonny says that all the meetings seemed very innocent. But, he adds philosophically, apparently at one stage or another, the karate lessons got a bit out of hand. For his part, Presley had every reason to trust Priscilla. She had never given him the slightest cause for suspicion. Once, when he was on location for a movie, Priscilla had been taking modern dance lessons from a male dance teacher. It was a completely innocent association, but somehow, a private detective close to the Presley camp took it upon himself to report to a Presley attorney that Priscilla was leaving the dance instructor's home in the early hours of the morning. The attorney reported this to Joe Esposito, who, in turn, faithfully relayed the information to Presley. The West boys recall that Presley exploded. "He crawled all over Joe," says Sonny, although Joe had nothing to do with it. He told Joe to tell the lawyer to keep his nose out of his wife's affairs and stop spying on her. Both West boys recall that Presley was secure in his trust. The first hint that romance was blooming between Priscilla and Mike Stone came to Red from the maids. "I just started hearing a lot of shit. Nothing straight out, but they were kind of letting me know that they had seen Mike up at the house a lot more than we figured." Red was certain they were having a romance, and even bet Joe Esposito $100 to back up his theory. He won the bet. Sonny was the next to get the drift of what was going on between them. Sometime after she started taking lessons from Mike Stone, she went off to Chuck Norris's studio one afternoon for her usual lesson. Anyway, that afternoon, Elvis wanted her for something and told me to get a hold of her. We called Chuck's studio and she wasn't there. We were told she went to a karate tournament. We rang the place where the tournament was held, and she wasn't there either. I had a feeling that it was about to come out. I told Elvis we couldn't get a hold of her because Chuck's line was busy. I was just playing for time. I didn't want to be the one to start any trouble. Anyway, a little later, the red light goes on in the main room of the house at Monteville Road. That meant somebody was at the gate. I figured it was Priscilla, so I beat everyone out of there so I could tell her what was going down, sort of prepare a story, I suppose. I got to the gate, poked my head inside the car window and said, "Elvis has been trying to find you. We called Chuck Norris's place and there was no answer. Take it from there." She didn't say anything to me, but she got the message. She went into the den and he said, "Where you been, Nungan?" That was his nickname for her. She just said, "Oh, I went to a karate tournament." He didn't question her, and that was it. I think she saw right then that us guys were pretty loyal to her and weren't about to go tattletaling. She knew that we understood what she had been going through. He wasn't spending any time with her at all. To Priscilla's credit, she was not going to have a romance behind Presley's back. Soon after, it was evident to the boys that she was close to Mike Stone. They remember the night in Las Vegas when she finally told him that it was all over between them. Red recalls, "We weren't there, of course, but it appears she told him between shows at the Hilton. Priscilla and the wives, my wife Pat was there, were having dinner at Leonardo's, the Italian restaurant at the Hilton. I was with E, up in his room. He just told me, 'Go down and get Priscilla.' I went down and told her Elvis wanted to see her. Whatever happened up there, Priscilla later told my wife Pat that he made love to her, very forcefully. He took her right on the spot when he knew another man was in the picture." After the show, Presley gathered the Memphis Mafia around him: Red, Sonny, Lamar, Charlie Hodge, Joe Esposito. It was a summit meeting. He told them, "Well, another man has taken my wife." Everybody was quite shocked at his direct speech. There was silence in the room. Red thought back to a time when Priscilla had asked Presley that she be allowed to come to Las Vegas more often to be with him. And Presley had said to Red, "I wish you would find someone else to mess around with and quit bugging me." With that thought in mind, he tried now to save Presley's face a little in front of the boys. He said, "Hell, man, ain't that what you wanted?" Presley replied somberly, "Not that way, man. Not that way." The meeting broke up quietly, and Presley went to bed. Both West boys believe it took a lot of courage for Priscilla to tell Presley that she was leaving him for another man, when she could have cheated on Presley indefinitely without anybody giving her away. "She could have screwed around on him," says Sonny. "I remember one night I came back from Las Vegas unexpectedly and was at the house. She came in and was shocked to see me. I looked outside and Mike Stone was driving her Mercedes. Priscilla was a bit embarrassed and said, 'You remember Mike, don't you?' We shook hands. She knew that I knew she was going with Mike, and she knew I hadn't informed on her, so she was secure. If she had wanted, she could have kept up that double life as long as she liked. But she was upfront about it. She didn't want to make a fool of Elvis. I liked her for that." Actually, although Priscilla had told Presley she was leaving him and that another man was involved with her, she did not say who the man was. Red remembers one time when he was talking to Presley about the problem of the split in his marriage. "He was sort of thinking of where he went wrong," says Red. "Her leaving him really shook him up, believe me. He was saying to me, 'Man, I tried to give her all the freedom I could. Sometimes a man and a woman have to have their own lives. I gave her all the time she wanted. I encouraged her to take those karate lessons from Mike Stone and everything.'" It was then that Red looked quizzically at his boss. "Man," he said, "don't you know that Mike Stone is the guy she is seeing?" Presley paled and was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "God damn." He was the last one to know. Later that year, in 1972, they officially separated, and in 1973, after a generous settlement, they got a divorce in Santa Monica court. Presley left the divorce proceedings with his arm around her. Many people believe that Priscilla and Presley are still very much in love. Nobody knows except the parties involved, but it just might be true. 18. If a lot of Hollywood celebrities are amazed at the incredibly accurate information the police seem to have about their various drug habits, Sonny West believes he learned the secret one night in the fall of 1970. He was sitting in a private room of a famous Hollywood bistro with Presley and a very well-known show business celebrity. With them was John O'Grady, a veteran anti-drug cop for the Los Angeles Police Department, who had set up his own private investigation firm. Presley first met him when he hired O'Grady to help investigate charges brought against him by a young woman who claimed the superstar had fathered her child. O'Grady helped gather the evidence that had the case, rightfully, thrown out of court. The Hollywood celebrity will remain anonymous for reasons which will become obvious. In the course of having a few drinks, this celebrity showed Presley something that brought a shine of envy to the superstar's eyes. It was a Federal Narcotics Bureau badge. Together with his entertaining, the celebrity was a full-fledged undercover agent for the Federal Narcotics Bureau. Presley would perhaps have gladly given away half his fortune to exchange places with the man. A psychiatrist would have a field day examining Presley's pathological obsession with uniforms and badges of authority. If there is anyone who has more police, sheriff, marshal, and detective badges than Presley, then Sonny West, Red West, and Dave Hebler would sure like to meet him, because they believe Presley is the champion collector of all time. As soon as Elvis saw that badge, Sonny says, he was both surprised and very impressed. His mind started working right away. He wanted one. Presley got his trusted private eye friend O'Grady to see if he could organize such a badge for him. O'Grady managed to set up a meeting between Presley and the Deputy Narcotics Director, John Fenelator. Sonny and Presley were back at Graceland when Presley did something unprecedented. Sonny says he dashed out of the house to the airport with no bodyguards, no companion, nobody, and hopped on a commercial flight. Now, I never knew him to do that. He visited Deputy Director Fenelator under the pseudonym of John Burroughs. Despite the cover name, he arrived resplendent in a purple suit and cloak, gold belt buckle, and amber sunglasses. While Jerry Schilling waited for him in the Federal Building, Presley volunteered to Fenelator all the help he could give in the anti-drug campaign, and offered there and then to donate $5,000 to the Narcotics Bureau. Fenelator explained that the Bureau wasn't permitted to accept donations. Presley showed him some of his police badges from various law enforcement departments and asked whether he could have one from the Narcotics Bureau. Fenelator regretfully declined. It was impossible, he said. However, he would be more than glad to issue him an honorary badge. Presley quietly insisted that only the real thing would do. But Fenelator stood firm. Presley said he understood, and the meeting broke up amicably, with Fenelator thanking him for his interest in the anti-drug drive. But Elvis was bugged, Sonny recalls. He wanted the real thing, and nothing was going to stop him from getting it. This is a case where Elvis was very resourceful. Dressed in full regalia and driving in a chauffeured limousine, Presley arrived at the main gates of the White House and handed a note to one of the security guards. What the note contained is not known. But suddenly, says Sonny, I get a call in Memphis from Jerry Schilling in Washington, and he says, Sonny, come to Washington right away. Elvis wants you. I didn't ask any questions. I just got on the first plane out. I caught a taxi straight to the Washington Hotel where Jerry and Elvis were staying. I was just paying off the taxi, and Jerry comes out of the entrance. Sonny, we gotta go. We're going to see the President of the United States. I look at him. God almighty, the President of the United States. Elvis was coming to pick us up in a limousine. Sonny got the taxi driver to organize his luggage with the hotel, and he waited for Presley. Sonny, Jerry, and Presley then went in a limousine, driven by a man called Ben, to the rear entrance of the White House, where they were met by a man Sonny recalls as Jeff, and another gentleman who later became better known during the Watergate scandal, Bud Eagle Crow. Presley went with Crow into the White House, and Sonny and Jerry went with the aide, Jeff, into the Federal Building. Sonny and Jerry were mentioning the prospect of meeting up with President Nixon. They knew their boss was seeing him at this very moment. The aide good-naturedly warned them that it might not be possible to see the president. He was, the aide said, a very busy man. "If it's possible for us to see the president, Elvis will fix it," Sonny said confidently. Minutes later, there was a call in the room where Sonny and Jerry were waiting. The aide picked up the telephone, then looked up and said, "I'll be damned. It's all fixed. He's going to see you." Sonny and Jerry walked on cloud 9 across to the Oval Office. Sonny relates, "When we got there, we just stood outside the door in a kind of shock. I mean, the President of the United States. We could see him sitting at his desk, signing something. It was just like a movie. Elvis almost had to push us through the door. President Nixon looked up and said, real friendly like, 'Hello there.' Elvis introduced us. I didn't know where I was. President Nixon slapped me on the shoulders and said to Elvis, referring to me and Jerry, 'You've got a couple of big ones here.' Someone took a picture of us all there, and I didn't even notice anybody had taken it." Presley seemed very much at home in the Oval Office, and he said, "Now the president has got something for y'all." President Nixon returned to his desk and presented Sonny and Jerry with key rings and cufflinks with the presidential seal emblazoned on them. Presley wasn't shy when it came to the president. He said, "You know, Mr. President, they've got wives." And the president, on Presley's prompting, gave them each a brooch with the presidential seal on it for their wives. In a daze, Sonny and Jerry and Presley then left the office after warm handshakes. Before Sonny and Jerry had gotten to the office, President Nixon assured Presley he would get his federal narcotics badge. Presley smiled triumphantly at Sonny and Jerry and said, "Who said something can't be done?" Bud Crow called Deputy Director Finilator and said, "I heard you turned Presley down." Finilator replied good-naturedly, "I sure as hell did." "Okay, I've been reversed." The badge impressed Presley. It was the kind of present that money couldn't buy, and he even had occasion to use it. The incident had to do with someone I'll call Bill, which is not his real name, one of Presley's sometime gophers. The boys gave him a nickname, let's say it was Fetch'em Bill, which he got from running for takeout food at the Memphian Theater when Presley hired it to show movies. Early in 1973, Presley put him on the payroll. It was like a dream come true for Fetch'em Bill, who loved to play with the big boys. He talked non-stop about his expertise with guns and would snoop around like Columbo, eyeing everyone as if they were potential assassins. He desperately wanted to be a tough guy. He was returned to Memphis with a promise that if he behaved himself, he could come on the next trip to Las Vegas. Red and Sonny were a bit apprehensive about his joining up. On the next trip to Vegas, the boys were all staying at the Hilton, and at the end of the engagement, Presley gave everyone a bonus. Fetch'em Bill was given $500, and he promptly lost it gambling, but he moaned loud and long that somebody stole his bonus. As was always the case in matters like this, Presley held a meeting and decided, very generously, to give him another $500. Shortly thereafter, Fetch'em Bill was suspected of forging Elvis's name to some of Elvis's personal checks and was told to return to Memphis. About this time, says Sonny, there were several rings of Elvis's missing, and we suspected Bill. Suddenly, Bill comes up with one of these rings, a $19,000 30-carat sapphire, that had been given to Elvis by the Sahara Tahoe for creating an attendance record. He said he had found it in his briefcase. He said he had put it there for safety, but he had forgotten about it. Elvis didn't care about this particular ring, but the missing ring he really wanted was this big karate ring he had. We looked all over, but couldn't find it. We talked to Bill about it, and he said he didn't know anything about it. We looked everywhere. So Bill left. The next day, the boys found the karate ring next to the laundry chute, laid inside some pipes. The finger of suspicion was pointed at Bill. Presley stewed on it all night, and by the morning had built up a rage against Fetchum Bill. He wanted to know where he was. Somebody said that Fetchum was scheduled to leave for Memphis at 11 that morning. It was then 10. Sonny recalls. Elvis flared. He jumped up and said, "We're going out to the airport to get that son of a bitch right now." Presley, Red West, and a security guard from the hotel raced downstairs and jumped into a hotel car. Sonny, who was still dressing, chased on after them in another hotel car. When the Presley party hit Las Vegas airport, they saw a big jet about to take off. Presley thought that Fetchum Bill was on the plane. Red recalls, "He raced out on the damn tarmac as the plane was taxiing for a takeoff. Elvis just ran right up to the cockpit, and he flashed his badge that President Nixon gave him." A quizzical expression crossed the face of the pilot. He recognized that it was Presley standing in front of his plane, and he recognized the federal narcotics badge. The gangplank lowered. Presley raced on board and tore through the plane, looking for Fetchum Bill, but he couldn't find him. He raced off the plane and waved the pilot on his way. It is safe to say that the pilot must have been somewhat mystified. In the meantime, Sonny had arrived at the airport, and he saw Fetchum in the lobby. "I got him out to the car," he says, and went through his suitcase. There was nothing there except the .357 Magnum gun, which I relieved him of. Just then, Elvis, Red, and the security guard came up. Looking back today, the boys laugh at the spectacle, because Presley flashed his badge at Fetchum Bill and said, "Bill, you have the right to remain silent, and all the rest of that shit." Then, Sonny says with a laugh, since he could not remember all the words that cops use when they are reading prisoners their rights, he just said, "Get the fuck in the car." Presley and the security guard got in one car, and Sonny and Red took Fetchum Bill in the other car. Sonny was in front driving, and Red sat in the back. Red's right hand was covered by a coat. "He thought I was pointing a gun at him," says Red. Sonny remembers the first thing Fetchum said was, "I guess you guys are going to do a number on me. I think you're taking me out to the desert for a ride. I already called my daddy, and I told him what plane I was catching to Memphis. If anything happens to me, he'll know." Sonny and Red told him to shut up. Sonny relates, "I think he was relieved when we got back to the hotel. I felt sorry for him, really, but he was a pretty spineless dude." When Sonny, Red, and Fetchum Bill returned to the hotel, Presley was already in his suite, steaming mad. Sonny and Red sat on either side of Bill. Red had a gun trained on him. Presley started screaming at Bill, who was stupid enough to say something back to him. That triggered an even blacker rage in Presley. After a while, Elvis calmed down, and then he came out talking quietly and calmly to Bill. "We all felt sorry for him," says Sonny. Strangely enough, the guy who felt the sorriest for him, after he got it out of his system, was Elvis. He was talking about hiring him back, but we talked him out of it, because we could see a lot of problems down the road with Bill. Finally, Presley shook his head and said, "Go on, Fetchum. Go back to Memphis. Nobody is going to bother you no more. Just keep your mouth shut." When last heard of, he was working in a gas station. In one morning, the moods of Presley had changed from Kojak to James Cagney to Barry Fitzgerald. Con, Avenger, Father Confessor. It is February 1976, and Red West is summoned to Presley's bedroom in Graceland. He knocks, enters, and is taken aback at a huge arsenal of guns lying on the floor. The floor was just covered with automatic weapons, pistols, rifles, rockets. There was every kind of weapon there except tanks and bazookas. I've never seen so much hardware in my life. Presley gestured for Red to sit down. Then he handed him a list of names, some head-and-shoulder photographs, and also some police file pictures. "These sons of bitches need to be wiped out," he told Red. Red blinked in disbelief. The names and pictures that Presley had were of Memphis drug pushers. One was a well-known hoodlum who owned a pool room in a very rough area. "He had it all planned," says Red incredulously. "He wanted myself and Dave Hebler and Dick Grobe, the former cop, to go out and lure them, and he said he was going to kill them." Dave Hebler chips in. He was making the album Elvis at Home from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee. And the way he figured it, he wanted to go out on this death wish mission while the musicians were downstairs. He wanted to go out the back way from his room, make the hit, and then come back and do his album. Red relates. He couldn't have cared less about that album. He was into all this cop stuff. He reckoned if we sneaked out while the musicians were there, made the hit and returned, it would never be traced back to him. Sonny recalls giving a word of caution. "Man, the whole thing was damn madness. I told Elvis he was getting into something very heavy. He said, 'Hell, the cops want them.'" He said that he particularly wanted the black guy who knocked his stepbrother, Ricky Stanley, down with a pool cue. He said he wanted to kill this guy personally. The rest, he said, he would give them a break if they surrendered. When Sonny continued to point out that he was getting into something beyond his capabilities, Presley gave him the cold shoulder. "He didn't like you giving him any negative reactions to any of his ideas," says Sonny. Sonny, Red, and Dave don't try to explain the inconsistency between Presley's wanting to conduct a one-man war against drugs on the one hand, and on the other, persisting in consuming drugs himself. "It really was a pathetic macho game," says Dave. "It was Batman and Robin time. The thing is, we all played these games when we were 6, but Elvis is still playing them, and with real guns that go bang." Presley does have strong ties with the narcotics division of the Memphis Police Department. He has visions of bringing to life the French Connection, with him in the title role, Dave continues. "One night he tells me that a Memphis narc cop is taking us on a drug bust. Presley says he has to go in disguise. First, he takes his .22 caliber Savage revolver. Then, he puts on a jumpsuit. Then, over the jumpsuit, he dons a snowsuit. Over his face, he puts on a ski mask that had holes for the mouth and eyes. On top of this, he puts on a hat. To cap off the vision of the masked marvel, he then sticks a cigar in his mouth." "Jesus," says Dave. "You may not have noticed him before, but now he looks like a damn neon sign." It took an amazing amount of self-control to keep myself from laughing. It was, honestly, one of the funniest things I have ever seen. It was hysterical. The narc cop arrives and doesn't take any notice of this bizarre outfit. In Memphis, they are pretty used to this sort of stuff from Elvis. Anyway, I get in the back of the narc's car, and Elvis and the cop are in the front. I am cracking up, man. I can't hold it in any longer. I had to pretend I was laughing at something else. Anyway, apparently the drug bust had already gone down. So we go into the police station. The sight of Elvis was wild, man. It was like I had fallen down a well, and there is a rabbit, and he invited me on a raid, and suddenly I made it to Wonderland. Apparently, the drug bust when it happened was pretty funny. They grab these guys, and they make a break for it. One of the cops goes to fire a shotgun, and it doesn't go off. And then the getaway car runs over a cop's foot. Just as well Elvis wasn't there. In that crazy outfit, I don't think I could have controlled myself. At the police station, we sat around shooting the breeze to these cops, and Elvis was baking in that outfit. It was like a sauna bath. He gives the 2 suspects his dirty, hairy look, and that's about all that happened. Sonny relates. At the time in Memphis, there was an undercover cop called the Candyman. I'm sure Elvis wanted to get himself a tag and nickname like that. He wanted to be the masked marvel on these drug busts, and then he would brag to his friends that he was the guy all the newspapers were talking about. Very strange. On a trip to Vail, Colorado, around the same time in 1976, Presley's imagination ran riot. Dave Hebler recalls that Presley had been on another car-buying spree. Joe Esposito was there with his girlfriend. So were Dick Grob, Linda Thompson, and 2 local policemen, Jerry Kennedy and Ron Petrofesso. Presley had bought both the policemen cars, and he purchased a new Cadillac for Joe Esposito's girlfriend, and a Cadillac Seville for Linda Thompson, one of the many gifts he continues to shower on his sometimes live-in girlfriend. "The next day," says Dave, "I was with Elvis in his bedroom, and we were talking. He had bought the cars the previous day in Denver. He then told me, in very confidential tones, the real reason he went to Denver. He looked all shook up and said that he had been on a drug raid with the Denver Narcotics Police. Then he told the story about what happened on this raid. He said that they had these drug runners trapped and surrounded. Elvis was sneaking up on this one guy who was crouched behind a bush holding a sawed-off shotgun, one of the bad guys. He got real close when the guy heard him, pointed the shotgun at him, whereupon Elvis, with all his skill and agility, brushed the weapon aside, threw a horrendous karate chop, and broke his neck with the blow. When he told me this, I reacted with shock, like, wow. A little later on, he told the story again." Red recalls, "He told it individually to each one of us, and it was different every time." Sonny adds, "When he told it to me, the guy was lying in the bushes with a rifle. This time, Elvis sneaked up on him, grabbed him by the head, and the neck snapped." When Red heard the story, he found himself believing it at first because Presley told it with such conviction. Dave later talked to Dick Grobb, with whom he was rooming. Dick had been on the trip to Denver. "I asked Dick what he did the night before with Elvis," Dave recounts. "He told me that they bought some cars, had a sandwich, and came back. I asked him whether Elvis or he had been on a drug raid, and he looked at me like I was out of my skull." The fantasy was bound to be exploded because there were so many people with Presley at all times. Presley couldn't have really believed that Red, Sonny, and Dave would not find out the truth. Red believes that Presley had gone beyond the point of recognizing reality. "We have pampered him so long, by all of us saying, 'Sure, Elvis, you're right, that's what happened,' that he doesn't really care what he tells you. I can't explain it, but he isn't living in the real world. He probably knows we didn't believe him, but he still persisted with the story. He persisted with the story even though he told it different each time." Apart from wanting to be a super cop, there is, in Presley, a compulsion. Not altogether a bad trait, but often an immature one, to be protector of the weak and the poor. A Robin Hood figure. Dave, Sonny, and Red all have stories to demonstrate this fantasy. Sonny recalls, "It was 1975 and we are in his Cadillac. Elvis was driving. We were in Memphis. We were coming down Poplar toward the freeway, going back to Graceland. It was late afternoon. As we were coming down the street, a police car comes in the opposite direction, siren going and lights flashing. The cop car passes us and whips a left turn at the street behind us. As soon as Elvis sees this, he flipped a U-turn, drove up on the sidewalk, back off the sidewalk onto the street, and takes off after the police car. We had gone maybe a mile, and the police car was parked outside this gas station. We pull in behind this police car. Elvis gets out and asks the cops what came down. Apparently, the gas station had been robbed. Elvis is in his element, talking cop talk to these policemen. Well, he stands around, intrigued at what's happening. Suddenly, a big crowd sees the cops and Elvis, so they are all crowding around. I was leaning against the car, watching all this. Elvis is talking to the cops, and he is signing autographs. This guy comes up to Elvis, and he wants to talk. He tells Elvis that his wife just got out of the hospital. He says that 2 guys beat up his wife. He was really down, and he wants to get even with these guys. Was there any way, he asks, that Elvis could help him? To my utter amazement, Elvis says, "Yeah, sure. Give me the information. Don't you worry about it, buddy. It will be taken care of." Well, Elvis is writing down this information, names, details, and stuff. He writes down the names of the guys who supposedly beat up on this woman. Elvis assures him not to worry about a thing. It will all be taken care of. He signs a few more autographs and he gets back into the car. I thought Elvis was just going through the motions to keep this guy happy. I didn't think Elvis would give it another thought. I was wrong. He gets Red and me up to his room. He tells us, "I want you and Dave to go out and contact this motherfucker. Find out where he is." He wants us to beat the shit out of this guy. Elvis gave us an address to go see this lady. Well, we figure we will go through the motions of this bullshit. With a lot of difficulty, we find this woman. She lived in a trailer not too far away. Her husband must have called her and told her that Elvis was going to fix things because she was expecting us. Red says the first thing he expected to see was a woman who had been badly beaten up, but there wasn't a mark on her. Dave picks up the story. After talking to her, it was pretty obvious that this chick was bawling the guy who supposedly beat her up, and she made up some story for her husband. It was all crap. So we went back and laid it on Elvis, but he was expecting us to play Lone Avengers. Frankly, I wouldn't beat up any guy for someone else. Sonny remembers a similar case. In 1971, Elvis dispatched him to look after a man who had allegedly been bothering the girlfriend of Billy Stanley, Presley's stepbrother. He had complained, says Sonny, that this big guy was hassling Billy and his girlfriend. Elvis wanted me to take care of the guy, whip up on him. I went out to this house with Elvis, Billy, and Lamar. I took my gun off and handed it to Lamar. I didn't want no gun to drop out on the ground if things got physical. If it did, I figured I could handle the guy with my fists. But when I saw this guy, it was pitiful. He was big, 240 pounds, but he was a slob. This guy wasn't about to cause any trouble. As a matter of fact, his daddy came out, and when he heard what was going on, he told his son to get back inside. The father was a little guy, but you knew he owned his son and he was going to whip him. And the whole thing was very embarrassing. I shouldn't have even got into it. Ricky and Billy Stanley had an ego thing about being Elvis's stepbrother. That sort of put out the word that if you fuck with the Presley boys, there are guys around him that's going to kick your head in. But they used to blow up their troubles with other guys when they talked to Elvis. Then they would really strut. A lot of the troubles they got into, they brought it on themselves. Red West puts his hand to his head when he remembers something he got into because of two of Presley's stepbrothers, Ricky and Billy Stanley. Something apparently went on in a bar near the Memphis airport with the brothers around 1970. Ricky and Billy told Elvis they had been slapped around by a motorcycle gang in this bar. We are all at Elvis's house describing what happened. I learned later what did happen was that Billy owed these guys some money and wouldn't pay it, and they slapped him around a little. Elvis gets the thing all blown up. These guys jumped on his stepbrothers and beat the hell out of them for nothing. Anyway, he said he wanted it taken care of. I called up Bill Wallace in Memphis, who is the world middleweight karate champion, a nice guy and a tough guy. We went with Jerry Schilling over to this house where these guys lived. These guys have guns and knives and chains and things, and there is Bill Wallace and Jerry Schilling. We didn't count the Stanley boys who were with us. So I took my gun off, like Sonny, and leave it in the car. Myself, Jerry, and Bill go up to the house. When I got in the house, I wish I hadn't taken my gun off. There were 3 guys inside. They were prepared for some reason. One guy is sitting on a couch, another guy is sitting in a chair, and there was a third guy in the kitchen. I started to question them about this thing, and I said that the 3 of them slapped him around, and that Ricky was waiting outside, and Ricky would be glad to oblige them in a fight, one at a time. Ricky never wanted to, but in front of us, he said he would. Bill Wallace is in the middle of the room, and there is a kung fu movie on, and he is watching this damn TV session. Besides the guy on the couch, there is this big 30.06 deer hunting rifle, and I'm looking at it. The third guy comes in from the kitchen, a big dude, and I asked him whether he'd slapped Ricky around, and he says, I might have. He went back to the refrigerator. Now, Jerry Schilling in this instance was a bit slow. He should have got by that 30.06 rifle. Suddenly I hear Jerry say, Wait a minute, Red. Then I hear this sickening click. That 30.06 was pointing right at my stomach. He says, "This is my house, and I'll kill you." For the first time in my life, I thought fast. I said to the guy with the gun, "Go ahead." Then I noticed these small windows along the top of the den of the house, and I used one of the oldest tricks in the trade. Looking at the window, I said, "Billy, if he moves, kill the motherfucker." The guy looks up, and I say to him, "Billy's outside, and he's got a .45 pointed right at your head. You just move, and you're gone." Of course, there was nobody out there, but that's when it got worse because this guy starts shaking. He's trying to get the shell out of the chamber, and I was scared he was going to kill somebody accidentally because he's shaking so much. I didn't feel too good with that thing pointing at my belly. If he had pulled that trigger, it would have blown a hole in me a mile wide. As he is flipping the shells out of the chamber, Jerry is watching him, making sure they are all gone. Then he grabs the gun and whop, he slaps the hell out of the guy. Bill Wallace later said to me, "Goddamn man, don't call me again on one of these deals." He recognized we might have all got our ass blown off just because of some fool idea of Elvis's. Of course, we could have refused to go. It was our fault that we went. But we felt a bit embarrassed about it later because I had an idea these guys weren't at fault. There could have been a whole panic shooting there. I later made myself a promise that I wouldn't go out on a limb for the Stanley boys again. I figured we worked for Elvis and took care of him, but no more Stanley boys. I can see that gun pointing at my belly to this day. It was a damn fool thing to get into, but it just goes to show you how we would react to Elvis's orders. I always figured if he wanted to be the Avenger, he should go out and do this stuff himself. It's too easy to get killed. And for what? Just because you are taking orders? No, sir.